drink and raise your glass. Make a mess and kick some ass. Dungeon Master has no chance. It's time for fools and flagons. Raid the dungeons and slay the dragon. Sharpen your sword and prep your wagons. There'll be death and tons of magic. It's time for fools and flagons. Time for fools and flagons. It's time for fools and flagons.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome to Fools and Flagons. We've got some new faces here and some old ones at the same time. But anyway, this is a tabletop campaign made up entirely by me, where my players do dumb things, the points don't matter, the rule of cool is king, and I make sense of all the chaos that's about to happen here. So, gonna blow through some announcements here super quick so we can get to the fun part. We live stream our D&D campaigns every Friday on Twitch, alternating between the Tales of Archeron and Storm King's Chaos. Both are available a week later on our YouTube channel and to listen to in podcast forms on most major platforms. If you do like what we do and you would like to support us, consider donating to our Ko-fi page at ko-fi.com/foolsandflagons. The links can be found below in the description. The donations are never required but always appreciated, and all proceeds from the donations go back to making Fools and Flagons an even better experience, and it really helps keep the podcast alive and well. For those of you watching us live on Twitch, we do want to thank you for your follows, subscriptions, and bits.
Bitches!
Bitches! We like the bitches,
Man, I
yes!
can't believe I just pulled a fucking Z.
It's an interesting...
He's
High
never
five.
going to let me live that
there.
down. God damn it. We do apologize that we will not be recognizing those verbally so as not to interrupt the story. But I'm sure some of the players here and even some of the moderators will... Oh, fuck, he just literally... Okay, yep, he caught me. They'll be keeping track and they'll be replying to you guys as the night goes on. And finally, a super big thank you to Martyr, Gelatinous Cube, and Cargo for being tavern patrons over on our Ko-fi page. Your support of us is always greatly appreciated. And yeah, I'm gonna go through and introduce people real quick because there are some new faces you may not know. If you haven't met her before, Issa, hi, over there. Underneath her is Nim, also known as Pez / what's your other dude that we haven't played with? Olmec. See, this is what happens when we don't play the other campaign in like 3 weeks.
No.
Next to him, we've got Nick, the wonderfully talented musical man himself. Below him, we have James, that's Kirsten's husbando. And next to him, we have Gabe. He's been on a few one-shots at this point now, I think, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think so. Like 2 or 3. I was one of the baddies against the group one time.
Oh,
I didn't even know that was a possibility. That's awesome.
What, being a bad guy?
Yeah, dude.
Oh, yeah. That only happened once.
It was fun.
It was a bit of a clusterfuck. There were 10 people in one Discord call, all with cameras on.
Yeah.
Nice.
It was...
Yeah, the baddie dugout was even more fun, like, because they were waiting for like the actual characters to get to the part of the story where we were supposed to jump them, so we were just like stuck in this like little holding cell, building up like all the rage to attack them with. It worked great. Yep. It was a good time.
All right. Well, if nobody else has anything, let's get right on started into it. So grab your drinks and raise your glasses. It's time for Fools and Flagons.
Wait, my flag.
Cheers, homie.
Woo!
Drink.
He's rocking the radioactive piss there. Got some... Is that isopropyl alcohol?
No,
Yes.
it's alcohol.
Put it down.
No, it's alcohol.
No, it's alcohol.
It's alcohol.
All right. So, setting the scene. Welcome those of you who are new to the world of Archeron, where vastly different and distinct cultures exist across the globe. From barbaric tribes to the far north in Rokasing to the sophisticated peoples of the Knightly Kingdoms, there are a multitude of cultures to immerse oneself in. For now, we turn our attention to the Aeran continent, where a reluctant group is being gathered by the whims of a certain Fey creature. Each was tricked one way or the other by the Fey and are eager to clear their depths with it. On the eastern side of the Aeran continent is the Takatari dynasty. Honor rules the lives of many in these lands, and duels to the death over perceived slights are not uncommon. Vast plains stretch across the region and are heavily cultivated to feed not only the local populace, but is also used for trade to the other nations around the world. Massive sequoia trees grow on the western edge of Takatari and supply the shipmaking industry surrounding the Kudong harbor with a near endless supply of lumber. At the mouth of the harbor is a lighthouse that warns ships of the shallows there. The line where sand meets sea shifts drastically with the tide, and an unaware captain can easily beach their vessel.
Yes.
Thank you. The high, curved, gabled roof of the lighthouse comes into view from those arriving via the Tepetal Sea. Large, triangular sails are raised, and the ship anchors far enough out not to get stuck. A rowboat is lowered with a handful of people aboard and makes short work paddling to the shore. Standing there, waiting, are two figures. A short, gray-bearded dwarf dressed in militaristic garb, one hand on the pommel of the blade on his hip, and seems agitated by the way he shifts his weight. Standing next to him is a taller, slender figure dressed in a flowing kimono of swirling blue designs, pale-skinned with white hair tied up and decorated with expensive-looking metal combs and hanging tassels. She holds a tall, hooked staff that seems to be made of entwined roots. Unlike her companion, she seems to be quite pleased with the situation. As the rowboat strikes the ground of the shallows and the person rowing tells you in no short words to get the hell off. Cashew, would you like to introduce yourself, sir?
Okay. Cashew is a Kenku. He has some leather straps around his upper body, leather pants, a lot of leather. I forgot what bird species he is, but he has iridescent feathers, kind of like oil in water, just like oily looking feathers. And his eyes glow a purplish color. He has a lot of scars and stuff, and on his back is a very large and pronounced sickle. And bird.
And bird.
Yep.
All right. The Kenku is the first to hop off and wades through the calf-high shallows. And following shortly after him, Raytheon, would you please introduce yourself?
Rather lithe and athletic looking in his young 30s, a dark-haired man that looks like he hails from Romana, steps forth, a long rapier sheathed on his hip, with a classic light armor look, with many different extravagant belts and silks across the shoulders. Looking very unassuming, partially wealthy, but beyond that, your average man.
Okay. Last but not least, as Raytheon disembarks, Eddie, you step off the rowboat. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Hello, everyone. My name is Eddie Van Exhalen. I will be your entertainment for today. Eddie is a chromatic blue dragon, has a little bit of flowing hair out of his back, but the thing that you notice even more than his, his blue skin and his blue eyes, he looks absolutely terrifying, but he seems to be just more of a brat than anything, and he carries on his back a blue guitar. Imagine that this is blue. He carries a blue guitar named Bluetiful. Of course, he gave it that name, and it's a stupid name.
The best name.
Good name.
Nice to meet you all.
All right. As the three of you disembark, wade through the shallows, and go to stand near the dwarf and the tall woman, the taller woman smiles at the three of you. Well, it took you all long enough. But I suppose we can wait for introductions until the last remaining members of this Ragtag show up. They are late. And almost as soon as she says this, you begin to hear off in the distance the sound of trundling wagon wheels coming from the road to the west as the men in the rowboat begin to shove off and get back to their ships so they can continue on their way. As the wagon comes around the lighthouse, you see one driver and two in the back. The first to hop off is a female. Inari, would you introduce yourself, please?
As you see this young 20s looking girl hop off the wagon, she steadies herself, dusts off her red and white kimonos, and stands up properly. Behind her, right behind her, you can see 6 red with white tip foxtails and 2 red fox ears atop her head. She's looking around trying to remember exactly where she's going because she was too busy looking around. And once she realizes that there's the group that she needs to go to, she's going to quickly but try to gracefully rush over.
All right. As the 6-tailed Inari scampers off towards the little gathering, Trick, would you introduce yourself as you disembark from the wagon?
Yeah, so Brick kind of slinks off the wagon a little bit more than jumps, just kind of slowly and cautiously. He wears like canvas clothing that's like kind of dark and muted colors, grays, and like lots of ropes and fabrics and kind of muted tones, earth tones. It's pretty intricately designed on the edges of the region that he's from. Slight touches of jewelry on him, but nothing flashy, nothing shiny, but lots of ornamentation. He's got black hair. He's about early 30s. No weapons to be seen, just a pack on his hip and his back. And he starts to kind of saunter over.
All right. As the 2 from the wagon...
Right there.
So 2 from the wagon disembark and head towards the group. The tall woman grins in this really mischievous way. Ah, good. Everyone's here. So, welcome to Takatari, those of you who have not been here before. And at this point, the dwarf clears his throat. If all business is done here, I would sooner rather than later forget that I saw you. And he looks up at the woman. Is there anything else you need from me, or is our debt cleared? She looks down at him. No. You never saw us. We never saw you. We'll be out of your hair. She looks at the 5 of you, makes a come along, and moves to walk around towards the other side of the lighthouse. Do you all follow after her?
Begrudgingly, yes.
Just slowly walks right behind her.
What a weird lady. Yeah.
All right.
It's bound to get more weird as we go.
Not very polite to talk like that.
Whatever.
The dwarf stays put and just watches you all move away. The wagon that brought Inari and Trick has since turned around and is heading back down the dirt path. But waiting on the other side of the lighthouse, you see another wagon. This one is covered and seems to be fairly sizable, but a quick glance over, it doesn't look like there's anything in there. And the driver looks... irate would be a kind word. The look that he is giving the taller woman that is leading you is not necessarily a kind glance. But she walks right on up to the wagon, turns, and as she turns, her figure completely changes. And before you, you see a slightly shorter version. The hair comes down from where it had been pinned up. It's flowing down to her shoulders. Long, furry ears come from her head, a single horn from her forehead. The facial features seem to squish and stretch slightly. The eyes become much, much larger. And you all immediately recognize this figure as the Fae to whom you owe your debts to. She looks around at you all. Well, as much as I don't want to be turning in and cashing in on so many delicious favors that are owed to me, there is something that I want. And I just can't be bothered to go get it myself, so I am choosing you 5. You hear a grunt from the wagon. And you as well, even though all you're doing is driving. Lazy bastard. So, this should be fairly straightforward. You are to head to a location known as the Shino Akichi, or in the common terms, the Deathglade. Though I'm sure it's just a rumor and it's perfectly and totally safe. There is an item there known and rumored to be called the Spiritual Tear. And I want this item. This item is worth more than the debts and favors. And she kind of scans across all of your faces and even your names. So, I have been generous enough to have a map made for you, and as she's swirling her hand, a piece of parchment appears in her hand, and she looks at you all and kind of holds it and kind of waits to see which one of you will come to take it from her.
So Trick just kind of slowly reaches out his arm and just kind of barely even touches the end of it and starts to kind of take it from her.
Once you have hold of it, she lets it go. She points at it from behind. For those that aren't aware, you're in the bottom left of that map there. And the bottom right of that map there. You are to go to the top left through that nasty little forest. Any questions so far? Was that too difficult for you? Do I need to slow it down? My, aren't you all just a talkative bunch? It's
I would
almost like you
rather
don't
be
want to
rude.
be here.
You're just being weird, lady. Sorry, but just being weird. So
I don't want to mess up again.
So is this tears just gonna be there when we get there?
That is for the 5 of you to find out. Should you get
I'm sure.
there... Sorry, say again?
I was just saying, I'm sure.
Should you all make it there and survive, you can meet me back down there at Kosaten. Well, with that
Okay.
being said, it would seem that you have 2 paths ahead of you. You can either go ahead and scamper off to the north ways if you feel like you are prepared, and make your way through the forest, but do be careful of getting too close to Aeron's forest. She's very, very territorial, so I've heard. If you feel you are not prepared and you wish to spend some of your money, you may go past through Kosaten first and perhaps take a slightly safer path along the mountain range. But either way you go, it matters not to me. This surly gentleman here, and she points to the side, is Himari. He will take you as far as the forest edge. And at that point, you are on your own. If you have no further questions of me, goodbye, good luck. I will see you in Kosatin in a few days.
Once this is complete, this will be rid of all of our debts, correct?
Yes, yes, all debts will be cleared.
What does the tier look like?
Rumors say it is a gem of a certain size, fairly large, perhaps held with two hands, multicolored, faceted, shimmering, alternating between colors of the rainbow. There are many rumors. I would assume if you are traveling through this lovely little area, anything that is brightly colored might be something good to investigate.
All right.
Hmm.
I guess we're gonna look into it then.
Don't really have much of a choice.
No, we don't.
No, you don't. Right, well, off you go. She kind of does it just a little shooing gesture.
Yeah, Trick just kind of tucks the map into his little like hip bag and turns and starts walking towards the wagon.
Okay.
I will join him.
Same.
As you all turn and go to the wagon, if any of you happen to glance backwards, the Fae is no longer standing there. You were in this open space in front of the lighthouse with the wagon. And as you all climb in, you hear the muttering of the wagon driver, and he is not saying kind things about that particular Fae.
Yeah, we've
I'll
all
ask-
been there.
Rage.
I'll ask him a question, and I'll say, did you owe her as well?
He kind of like shifts around, and he's a kind of scraggly, gnarly looking middle-aged dude. He's
Scrunkly.
Oh, he is super fucking scrunkly. He is absolutely balding on the top of his head. His hair is greasy, and he just looks like he does not want to be there. And he twists around and looks at you. You think I'd be all the way out here, wasting me precious time for anyone but that cunt?
Jeez,
Right.
I mean, I guess so, huh? Okay.
Look,
Well,
time is
are
money.
we-
I'm wasting it here chatting with you lot. Which way are you going?
Oh, we're taking this wagon. Oh,
Unless
Yeah.
you want to walk.
I feel
I
like
just
we
thought
should.
there might be something nicer. But no, it's cool, bro. It's cool.
What's the saying? Don't look a gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah,
Don't really
I'm
hang
not-
with horses. but,
I'm
you
not
know.
too worried about any of this stuff. If we just wanted to go straight there, I say we take the north route.
I agree. We should
Fair
not fear
enough.
the elven wood.
I'm gonna follow you guys. Cool.
Haven't had a bard round in a while. This should be fun. He says with a smirk.
Right.
Eddie's not good at picking up sarcasm.
All right then. North we go. I'll be taking you as near as I can to the forest and not a second closer. I don't care how much I owe that creature. You won't catch me dead going into that forest. And he turns around and gives the reins a crack, and the horses begin to trundle along the path. The journey will take a few days, maybe a day and a half, 2 days. Is there anything the five of you would like to do while you're traveling?
So as we're traveling, I'm just kind of tinkering with like the rings and things on my hands, just kind of keeping my hands busy. I kind of stay inside the wagon for the most part, trying to stay out of sight or kind of in the dark corner as best I can. But I have this ring, and it's well, it's not working great right now. If one of you could help me get it going before we get into some trouble. Well, basically, someone needs to cast a spell into it. It saves it so I can use it later in a pinch.
So it's
But-
like stealing a spell?
Yeah, borrowing it.
Borrowing a spell.
Depends on what type of spell you would like.
I don't know you well enough for that yet.
That's fair. Something defensive would be nice, or just something I can use in a pinch to get away. I don't know. That's usually what it is. Some sort of smoke or colored lights. You know, just throwing that out there. If we
May
get
I?
in a pinch, I don't cast many spells.
Raytheon will hold out his hand.
And Trick kind of places what looks like a two-ring or a two-finger ring. It's kind of got a bar across the top and two little gold signets, but it's a really muted color and kind of dark. And he places it in your hand.
I will invoke a shield spell into the ring.
Ooh.
Perfect. Thank you, sir.
And should you need topped off, let me know.
I shall. I appreciate it.
It will take all of us working in a cohesive fashion to complete this task.
Of that, I have no doubt. Yeah, I slide this ring back onto my hand and kind of continue what I'm doing, just tinkering in the corner.
As we're traveling along, I'm going to pull out my guitar and sort of offhandedly say, "Here's one that I wrote. It's, not a big deal or anything." It's not a big deal or anything like that. I don't think you'll get a DMCA strike for that or anything. So, either way,
I felt as if I was walking on a stairway.
you were. It was a stairway to. That's crazy. Those are like the lyrics. We'll talk about that later.
That is a very strange instrument.
Do you not like it?
Just never seen one before like that.
It's an extension of my body. It was a present from my father when I was but a young dragon. And you can't touch her.
I don't want to.
Very
Good. I
odd.
was just making sure you knew.
What was that?
Well,
Cash?
aren't you a curious little thing?
Again, he doesn't detect sarcasm at all. He's just like,
I'm curious as to what a Kenku could have owed this faith.
Much.
Fair.
Much. His speech is
I love it.
different because he's mimicking other sounds that he's heard. So
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
Interesting.
Concur. Very interesting.
Okay.
Even the driver kind of like glances over his shoulder as he hears the Kenku. I thought he was an Aarakocra.
I was kind of hoping he was.
bad bird,
Big bird.
small bird,
No, you're big. Small birds fit in your hands.
deadly bird.
We
Well, I
hope so.
understand that word.
We can only hope.
Inari's just gonna scoot a little farther away from the bird.
All right.
On that map, are we going to pass by any more settlements on our way past the Elven Wood?
It doesn't look like along this route we are. We're going to be going towards, really almost directly towards the wood. The only settlement seems to be west of us. where we're supposed to meet her when we're done.
Very well.
There is a warning on our map once we cross another main road, but I'm not sure how close we are.
So, speaking of, as you are passing through this area, it is just a incredibly wide expanse of really gently rolling hills. Those of you that have better eyesight than others, you can see for literal miles away, and almost all of it that's out here seems to be fields of some sort, whether it's just natural grass. There looks like there may be some, not necessarily settlements, but like 2, maybe 4 little huts that seem that their only purpose is to tend to these fields. Looking to the north, way off in the distance, you see a tall sea of green that's just trees. And those of you that are sufficiently, knowledgeable about distances and all, those trees have to be gigantic to see them from this distance.
Has anyone been towards these woods before?
A time or
Definitely
two.
not.
No. What are we looking at? Just outside the road, any type of thing we should run into outside these woods?
Everything from roving bandits to wayward creatures that would escape the forest. Any number of things. I'm sure with the Fae involved, we'll find outside the norm to be the norm.
Fair enough. Guess we should keep moving.
From the front seat of the wagon, the what's his name? I forgot it already. I was just looking at Himari
What's his
turns
nuts?
back. Yeah, what's his nuts? Himari kind of glances over his shoulder. There shouldn't be too much out this far. Nothing to raid, nothing to pillage, nowhere to really hide. Hopefully.
It is
And
always better to be prepared.
Yeah, as that little nugget of the with the Fae being involved, and he gets on saying that, you kind of see the light bulb click, and a relatively slow brain, he kind of like furrows his brow and goes, hopefully. You kind of hear the leather creaking as he kind of like white knuckles the reins for like the next hour or so of driving until he kind of gets back more comfortable again.
Do not concern yourself, my friend. Should tragedy strike, I will get you away from here.
Me
Oh,
too.
Sure. Trust my life with a bunch of strangers that owe a Fae a favor. That's real good advice.
You're
Don't
also
you
a stranger
also-
that owes Faye a favor.
I was just about to say it.
You hear him go, like, he doesn't turn around, but you see him go, like, take a breath to argue. He just kind of, like, hunches forward, just, like, tucks his neck and just...
You're just mad because I'm right.
I'm just over in the corner giggling to myself because I just realized, Eddie just realized that the word "fae" is in favor, and he's just thinking about how that is just a funny pun in his head.
Nice.
It's like a favor.
Oh,
Wow,
I
I'm connecting
get
the
it.
dots.
So, the sun begins to dip over the far western mountains, and your driver, being a normal human, does not have the greatest nighttime eyesight, so he pulls the wagon off to the side of the trail. And when you had first started out, the road was a lot more well-defined, but after a little while, you very quickly kind of went off into a little bit more rugged pathway. But there's no real place for shelter. There's no trees to rest underneath. He kind of pulls a little bit off to the side, starts shuffling around, kicking the taller reeds to make himself a little space, goes back to the wagon and starts pulling out a bedroll. The horses have been unhitched from the wagon, but are tied down with a very hastily hammered in stake that he puts off to the side. close enough that they'd be able to get to some of the greenery on the side of the trail so that they can eat and replenish themselves. And as he goes to lay himself down, he kind of glances back at the rest of you, rolls over onto his side, puts his back to you, tucks his arm, and seems to just be off on his own.
Should we take watches?
I think that is a good idea.
First.
I'll take first if nobody wants it.
I'll take second.
I'll take the twilight period.
Okay.
Eddie begins to sort of like, just like, you know, noodle on the guitar and everything, trying to sort of lull everyone else off to sleep.
Okay.
Inari's
so-
gonna take watch with you.
So then, Inari and Eddie, I need you both to make perception checks or give one or the other advantage.
Do I need to roll for that type of situation, or can I just give her advantage?
So you can, if you feel like your perception is really high and you want to roll, you can. But if you feel your perception is not that great, you can give Inari advantage.
No, I have 18 passive wisdom, passive perception. So,
Well, you need to do a perception check, which would be a dice roll.
gotcha.
Yeah.
So yeah, both of you can roll.
Dungeon Master, just to remind you, I do have a item that would alert me of anything within 30 feet.
Yes.
I'm gonna give him advantage.
Okay. So Eddie, roll once more and take the higher.
Natural 20?
Natural
Yeah, so
fucking
that's
20.
a nat 20, yeah. Well
Help.
done.
Okay.
Thank you for the advantage.
You're welcome.
Definitely got
Now, what
it.
was that before? Was that a 3?
It was a 5.
All right. So the two of you settle in as the rest of your ragtag group bed down for a rest. Let me actually check something really quick. I need to see what day it is. Okay. With it being this time of the month, the moons are in their waning phase. So the night is very, very dark. If you would like to start a campfire, you may, to give yourself some semblance of light. Or you can just...
I'm gonna cast dancing light. I
Okay.
can create up to 4 torch-sized lights within range and make them appear as torches, lanterns, or glowing orbs.
Okay.
There you go.
That does only last for a minute, so you will be just constantly recasting dancing lights.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's true.
But it is a cantrip, so you're not wasting any spell slots. But you certainly
it
can.
does
if
seem
you...
like a waste of time.
Do you want to just make a campfire?
Yeah, let's make a fire. Let's make a fire. We should make a fire. Eddie, he concentrates really hard for like 2 minutes on the lights, and he's like, I don't want to do this all night. We'll just make a fire.
Yeah.
As if it was his idea, but it was actually,
Yeah.
her idea.
Oop, that is not the one that I want to do.
Nara's gonna get the kindling together and just cast firebolt to spark the flame.
Okay.
Beautiful.
Firebolt, not ball.
Fireball? Fireball.
I didn't ask how small the fire pit was. I said.
I cast fireball.
All right. So you all, or you two, build yourselves a fire. You get the embers going. It is a very, very dark night. In the little twilight period between getting the fire started and all, you were able to see through the relatively cloudless night. The stars are gorgeously bright. And even though the moons are waning, you do still see the 2 thumbnail size outlines of the moons as they pass through the sky. Yeah, is there anything you two would like to do during your watch?
I'm just playing, just sort of noodling on the guitar. A bit antisocially.
Inari's just gonna look around as much as she can, even though it's really dark and she probably can't see shit other than the fire.
Yeah, I'm not really paying attention like I should be.
You rolled a natural 20. Yes, you are.
He makes it
okay,
look like he's
Yeah,
not.
it's like you're definitely paying
Yeah,
attention
yeah,
and playing on your
yeah.
guitar.
Yeah.
The night seems to go, or your watch seems to go relatively without issue. You do hear the humming of insects. Sorry, remembering where you guys are from. Eddie, this is weirdly similar to your home country. A little bit drier, but the temperature is about the same. The nights are kind of cool, but not enough that you feel that you would need to really bundle up or get really, really close to the fire. It's very, very comfortable.
Gotcha.
Inara, you've been here for a fair bit of time. This relatively normal. Actually, would you have spent more time in a town, or would you have been more out in the wilderness, do you think?
I think she would prefer to stay in towns, but has no problem being in the wilderness.
Okay. So then, in this particular instance, it's much, much quieter. The tune being played by Eddie is very calming. Really kind of helps your mind to be at ease from being away from the city life. But for the most part, there's not much to be heard or seen other than just the insects and Eddie's playing, the crackling of the fire. There may be the occasional distant bird call, but your watch goes, not cashew, other bird. Your watch goes without much incident, and if there's nothing else the two of you would like to do, you can wake up second shift, which I believe was Trick.
Yep.
Okay.
She's gonna look at Eddie like, you want to wake him up or me?
I'll do it. And
Okay.
puts his guitar down against a rock and goes to Trick and gives him one of those, like, I don't know you at all, taps on the shoulder, just like, hey, it's your turn, bro.
So as he kind of Trick shakes awake a little bit, he actually opens his eyes real slow, and you actually see kind of like a purplish like glow in both his hands as he opens his eyes and looks at you. But right as he does, the glow kind of goes away, and he's like, I gotcha, and kind of gets up and wanders over to the outside of the fire, but doesn't quite enter super close to the flame.
Is anybody watching with you, or is it just you?
Oh, I got it. I don't actually need the fire as much. I'll let it burn down a bit. And he just kind of like sits there and looks out into the darkness.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, well, Eddie takes his guitar and sort of, lies up against it and just like goes off to
Bye,
sleep.
I was
baby.
gonna say, is the guitar the big spoon or the little spoon?
His little dragon. He's got the dragon eyelids, the two eyelids, and
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
he sleeps with his eyes a little open, but you can see the underlid, and it's kind of weird.
I used to know what those were called. It starts with an M, but I can't think of it right now.
Oh, it's kind of like cats when they're like really dead, but their eyes are kind of slitted. And you can just
Oh,
see
yeah.
like the inner eye.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Trick, if you would make a perception check for me, and if there's anything that you want to do during your watch.
Ooh, that's not great. Let's see. That's only an 11.
An 11. As you tend to prefer the darkness a little bit,
Oh, actually,
Mhm.
sorry. I have the rogue trait, so anything below a 9 is automatically a 10.
oh, reliable talent. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's automatically an 18, actually.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Okay, let me rephrase what I was about to say.
Sorry.
No, that's perfectly fine. I mean, you guys are playing level 12 characters, so there's going to be some stuff that gets a little bit missed. Much like the other two who reported not too terribly much happening during their shift, like the wagon driver mentioned before, there's really not much this far out into the countryside. With nowhere to really go and hide or to seek shelter, it's relatively unlikely that bandits would be out this far away, because wherever they would run to, at least for a mile or so, they'd be relatively easily seen. Is there anything you would like to
Okay.
do during your watch?
No, I don't think so. I think I'm good.
Okay. The fire begins to burn down, turning into mostly coals. Maybe an hour or so into your watch is when darkness really begins to take over the little camp that you've set up. And then after the 4 hours or so, you start to feel yourself get just a little bit tired again, and you figure that it's about time to wake up the other two.
Okay, and I walk over. Is it Raytheon and Cashew?
Yep.
And I
As you
go
would
over to
approach me,
them.
my eyes would open.
I give you a kind of nod to see if you're actually awake and respond. Okay, and then I go over to Cashew and I'm a little more hesitant. I kind of make a little noise as I walk up to see if I can wake him up beforehand. And then kind of like reach out and tap him a little bit.
I wake up.
You're up, little guy.
Yeah, just
All right. So as Trick goes to lay down and resume his own rest, Raytheon and Cashew, perception checks, please. Or give one or the other advantage, whichever you would prefer.
I will give advantage.
Okay. Oh, Mister has a dice tower.
Hell yeah.
That is faded. A 16.
16. Okay. Is there anything the two of you would like to do during your watches?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would. Looking over at the Kenku, I would sort of sidle and say, I have a feeling that you can keep a secret.
Many secrets.
I would reach up and touch above, like where my black hair is, and I would grab something that you can't see, and I would pull it off my head. And you would see
Pause for dramatic effect. And there we go.
white hair that tangles down across very similar armor to what I was wearing before, and golden eyes, but what probably you focus on the most is knife-like ears that stick out from the side of my head.
Oh my.
And I did put the picture in the chat. More angular cheekbones, no facial hair. That's better. It's so
Haven't seen
difficult.
your kind before.
Well, we're very close to where my kind are from.
I will keep a secret.
I hope you will. The attention could prove not favorable.
High price for a head of an elf.
It would be something of an effort to claim.
I have no need for a price.
I did want to ask if you're in the mood for handing out such a boon. What does a fae offer a Kenku?
Power.
And are you happy with your power?
he thinks for a bit, and I guess he can kind of show off a little bit. He's going to take the sickle off his back and run it across his hand, slowly drawing blood. And you're going to see him kind of swell up and get a little bit more scraggly looking. His beak kind of elongates and sort of like talon or like fangs come out, and it's very werewolfy for a bird.
Cryptid.
He's got the bird flu. Run!
My. Powerful indeed, I would say.
Very.
Well, I
What
know who I'm
about
fighting
you?
next to. Oh, what was that?
What about you?
Besides my blood, which gives me much, I have an advantage compared to the other mortal races. My longevity gives me the ability to see multiple lifetimes worth of things. Surprise you to know that I combine sword and magic together. What do you know of the Blade Singers?
Musical death.
Yes, very close to that. As Eddie is perfunct with his guitar, as he says, though I'm not quite sure what a guitar is.
Fiddle.
Fiddle. I treat my sword as if it were a paintbrush, and my enemy is the canvas.
I treat their blood as sustenance.
I can tell those are rather sharp fangs you have.
Yep.
Well, I've got nothing else.
Yeah, I'm good. I just shrink back down to normal bird.
Even throughout all of this conversation, the two of you have been keeping a, pun intended, a sharp ear out. And much like the other reports from those who took watches before you, it has been a very calm night. The driver, he's barely stirred at all throughout the evening. He seems completely and totally at ease out here.
Is he dead?
You want to go check?
I just want to look at him from a distance. I don't want to wake him up if he's not dead.
You have that moment of, that dude hasn't moved in a minute. You look over at him and you watch him closely, and you see his body kind of rising and falling with each breath. You go, oh, okay, good.
Cash didn't kill him in his sleep
Yet. Eventually, the two of you begin to see the light of the rising sun rising from the east over the far distant shores, begins to come over the hills and light the area. Soon enough, your companions would start to rouse themselves on their own, but perhaps a little bit earlier than you may have expected, the cart driver begins to stir and sits up, his back still to you, and starts to stretch his arms out, and perhaps is scratching in some inappropriate places.
Cool.
I did not put the hat back on, by the way.
I was
Oh.
giving a moment for that to play out. He kind of glances over behind him and sees the bird, and he sees you, Raytheon, and kind of pauses, and then turns sharply back around. Who the hell are you?
Oh, my apologies. And I put the hat back on and kind of do like I'm going to cross the brim of it. And my human form is there.
He kind of looks at you and like does the bleary-eyed look and kind of like just really goes and digs in on. Pretty sure I didn't drink.
I don't know what you're talking about, my friend.
Must be seeing stuff.
I'm starting to think the sooner I get rid of you lot, the better. All right, and he starts clapping his hands. Get up, let's go. We got ground to cover.
So I didn't see that, right? Me and Inari and Trick did not see that.
Probably not.
Yeah, probably
Up
not.
to you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I definitely didn't see it.
Inari's just like sleepily rubbing her eyes and gets back into the wagon.
Goes right back to sleep.
Trick's big black like cloak, his hood is kind of pulled up over his head. He's a little uncomfortable in the bright light and kind of slinks his way to the cabin or to the wagon.
Even though I'm a dragon and have scales, you can see the imprint of guitar strings on my face from where I was sleeping. And I don't notice it at all, but you all can see it. I look like an idiot.
Sleep a little hard there?
What?
You sleep a little hard?
I'm not accustomed to sleeping on the ground, if that's what you mean.
There's
Which is
an
good for
imprint
you.
on your face.
Scars.
Oh no.
No, that's my good side.
That's the photogenic side.
Not my beautiful face.
I need more beauty sleep.
So the wagon begins trundling on again, and you see the driver seems to be digging into a little haversack at his side and is pulling out some dried meats and all, and is eating as he transports you along. If there's nothing that anyone wants to do on this leg of the journey, we can skip ahead a little bit.
I actually kind of turn to Eddie while he's like sitting there, and I slide my ring off again, and I'm like, hey, there's still some more space in this ring. I mean, you have anything loud that I could maybe put in this? Something that I could use as a distraction maybe later?
I mean, I guess, yeah. I just don't want you using it against me. You seem like a weird dude.
Well, one
But
thing
I
you
mean-
can know about me is I'm here to finish this task for the Fae and move on. I'm not looking for
guess-
complications.
I'm in the same boat as you, and I don't know how this would work out of game. I want to give him a thunderclap.
Mm-hmm.
So how do I just do
Well-
like a little finger tap to put it in there, or
Yeah, so it's
So-
got 5 levels of spell slots inside of it. So if you do like a first level, it only takes 1 slot, and if you add it on, so it's kind of up to you how many you can fill up.
then I'll do.
How much space
yeah,
is left on it after the shield spell? Because shield
Uh,
is
First level.
first level.
Shields
yeah.
up, yeah. So there should be 4.
So there's 4 spell slots.
Yep.
Available.
So if also out of game, if I use if I give him a first level spell, does that use a spell slot? There's no
Yes.
way, right?
It would use
Oh.
a spell spot. So
yeah.
Oh, I definitely don't think he's worth that. So cantrip, baby.
Not yet.
Pop,
Not
pop,
yet.
pop, pop.
yeah.
Wow!
No.
Hey,
Yeah. So you got.
It's on.
Sorry,
it's
everyone.
on point character wise. Yeah.
So
He
you
asked,
said
he asked for
thunderclap.
it. I thought I thunderclap like twice by accident.
No.
perfect.
Sorry,
And-
everyone.
No, I kind of tip my head to him again and thank him and kind of pull out my tools and tinker with the ring a little bit and slide it back on.
Which spell did you give him? The cantrip?
Thunderclap.
Oh, thunderclap. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
So right now
5
it's
foot
thunderclap and
range.
shield.
And did you do just the one, or did you do 2?
I did 2
Okay.
Hey, thank you, friend.
by accident.
Yeah, right.
It's like, did that work? I don't
Everybody
know.
else is like, God dang it, dude.
yeah, just
Well,
like,
so-
very loud.
technically speaking, thematically, when you cast the spell, it gets absorbed into the ring and doesn't actually happen.
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, so as you're casting it, it absorbs the spell, basically.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay.
Though that would be really fucking funny to just be in the middle of the field. Cocoon! All right.
Amazing.
Anything else anyone wants to do for the day?
No, I don't think so. Well,
traveling, I
you
believe.
probably already answered this. What is the weather we're dealing with? Is it like is it hot or cold? Kind of what I'm asking, I guess.
It's very, very, very comfortable. The weather in Takatari tends to fluctuate between the mid to low 50s up into the higher 70s. Maybe on some really, really hot days it would get into the 80s somewhat, but it's not usually enough that you would want to dress down or dress up too terribly much. You might sweat just a little bit in your armor at like the peak of the day, but knowing that it's just going to cool down again in the evening, it's kind of you can soldier on through it.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I'd kind of pull my hood off as the sun gets higher in the sky.
All right. Traveling on through the rest of the day, it's about mid-afternoon when those of you in the back start to look forward, and you see that the trees are fairly rapidly approaching. And these are quite large, but those of you that have been in the region, these are not quite as large as the sequoias to the west, but maybe a slightly smaller species. They're still quite large. But you get closer and closer, and eventually Himari pulls hard on the reins and seems to have come to a stop where the rutted, less traveled road meets a far more well-traveled road. And he kind of twists around. There you are. I ain't getting no further to them woods.
I hop off.
Same.
Yep, me
Same.
too.
Well, not that it hasn't been pleasant. Good luck. Tugs on the reins, shifts it off to the side, and he begins heading southward. Oop.
Perfect.
I wish it were as easy for us to clear our debts.
Yeah. How do you get off so easy?
I was just about to say, I'd turn to Raytheon and say the exact same thing. Yeah.
So, traveling forward towards the woods, it takes you another hour or so of walking until you begin to reach the base, following the route given to you by the Fae. You reach the edge of the woods, and there seems to be, as you look further to the north, you see much smaller trees that seem to be quite a bit more hazy. There's some cloud cover there. But before you, the trees are fairly widely spaced, but you quickly lose sight of any semblance of the path that seems to be winding through them. What would you all like to do?
Like we've lost sight of the path entirely.
You haven't entered the forest just yet. You're kind of standing on the outside, and you see that the path once again turns into a footpath, but as it goes in, it seems to turn, and you lose it in between the trees just from generally looking.
I could take the front if no one else would like to.
Hold on, I have something I would like to do. I just don't know where it is. Where it's one of my. Sorry, y'all.
Is it a spell, a feature?
Yeah, no, it's a spell. I want to bring one of the trees to life.
Oh, I think you're talking about Awaken.
That's what it is. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your 5th level.
So yeah, I can touch a huge or smaller beast or plant. The target must have either no intelligence score or an intelligence of 3 or less.
Well, so fair warning, it will take you 8 hours to cast this spell.
So,
Woof.
Yeah, you would have to do an 8-hour jam session. to
That'd be
bring
pretty
this thing to
sweet, though.
life.
Wait until we camp, Eddie.
Come on.
My inexperience is showing. Okay, let's go. Shit.
Learning.
All right. So the marching order. Raytheon said that he was going to be heading the front.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll go behind.
I'll be right in the middle.
All right. So it looks like Cashew, Inari, Eddie, and Trick bringing up the rear.
That's right.
Okay. Okie dokie.
It's okay. I'm very fast.
I'm fast as well.
Petey.
Why'd you stop?
Why are you so weird?
I did not give you permission to stop. Entertain. There we go.
Maybe another night, Eddie.
Mm.
Sorry.
Why be normal? It's boring.
Indeed.
I'm trying to look for something, and I'm not
It
seeing.
gives
it.
me the heebie-jeebies.
No, our Fey benefactor humbled me a bit, so I keep to myself more than I used to.
I turn to Inari and I'm like, they must have dated.
No comment.
Anari, I meant to ask.
Hmm?
It is not common to see someone like you.
Yeah.
What brings you to the material?
Oh, I'm just gonna say I'm a messenger.
Fair enough. You know, when I say that, I've never seen anything like you before.
I get that a lot.
I do too, but not in the same way.
If you say so.
You,
Mhm.
are you like Kasumi?
Yes.
I've seen something like that.
You have? Where? When? How?
Nightly Kingdoms.
Is that why you sound like Paz sometimes?
Yep.
I noticed it.
Now that's funny.
Well,
Again, they were in the Nightly Kingdoms like months ago, so you don't know how long Cashew's been there.
Is there anything
Oh.
else?
one thing, since Cash is directly behind me. My friend, should we come across anything that would impede our path, I would stay close to me. If you could.
Okay.
Do I hear that as well since I'm third?
If Raytheon's not lowering his voice.
I'm
at
not
all.
trying to hide it or
Yeah.
anything.
Gotcha.
No.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay. You all make your way through the woods. Grandmother's house we go.
On the way.
The the trees begin to get a little bit closer together, where nature kind of takes over more. Whereas some of the trees on the outskirts may have been trimmed down a little bit or harvested. There comes to be a certain point where the woods just get very, very thick, and where you may have been able to do 2, 3 to shoulder walking through, now you are having to be front to back. There's not really that much space to walk comfortably side to side. I need everyone to make perception checks as you go along.
Perception.
So,
That's an 18.
Ouch.
do I have advantage?
Oof.
Do you? Why
Do
would you
I
say
have
that?
advantage?
You do not. I saw that roll.
Shit.
So,
Mhm.
I don't know if I do have advantage on this because I have a lot of advantages on this, and that's what kind of confused me about Cashew?
I think your advantages come from if you're tracking something or hunting something.
Okay.
So if you're actively hunting something, that's when you get your advantage. But if we're just looking around, I think it would be straight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think I'd have to check it again, but I don't remember if he's kind of like rangers and he has a very specific type of thing he can track, or if it's just, oh no, that's when he's got someone marked, I believe.
I don't know how blood hunters work.
You should be able to click on the A in D&D Beyond, and it'll tell you why you have the advantage.
On checks that rely on hearing or smell.
So I think when you're transformed, or you might still have that in your base character, like if you're hearing or smelling. But that's up to him.
Yeah.
Yeah, for the moment you are using your eyeballs.
Okay.
I got 4 of them.
Same.
18 for me, sir.
18, all right.
11.
11. Cashew?
23.
Okay.
Damn.
Trick, what'd you get? Oh, his headset's off. So
I know, I got an 18 as well.
Oh, excellent. So Eddie, you're just kind of in the back, just you're bored. It's like tree.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of start jamming or whatever you would like to do in the back. But you're a bit distracted. You've definitely not been in a place quite like this before. It's far more, what's the word I'm looking for? Rugged than what you're anywhere close to being used
I am
to.
bored.
Inari, what was your roll again? I'm sorry.
11.
11. You're a little bit distracted by Eddie's playing, so you're not able to focus quite so much.
The ear
Since he
keeps
is
twitching.
Yeah, he's right behind you. It's a lovely tune, but you're trying to listen about. The rest of you... Oh, we lost someone? Oh no, his
Where
camera just
did-
went black.
Darkness.
Oh my god, they got him.
Are you still with us?
Who
guys?
turned off all the lights?
Okay, cool. Just making sure. As you're traveling along, apart from Eddie and Inari, Raytheon, Cashew, and Trick, the three of you begin to notice that the sounds of nature fade away.
I
And
draw
the
my
forest-
sword slowly.
The forest becomes very, very quiet, apart from the sound of your footsteps and Eddie's playing. This is the fucking best. Let me see. That's not what I'm looking for. I actually don't know where it is. After a bit of time, let's see. Crank that down a little
Spoopy.
bit.
Everyone be alert.
Which one of you rolled the 23?
Me.
The
It was you.
cash.
It was Cashew. You are the first to hear it. Something far, far in the distance coming through the trees. A distant groaning wail. Just a... And you hear it, and you keep moving on. But then Raytheon hears it. And then Trick, you at the back, you hear it.
I hold my hand up in like a stopping fashion.
Yeah, I definitely kind of stop and listen.
Seeing
Does
the
anyone
Inari
else
is
hear
gonna
that?
pull.
I don't hear anything.
Sorry, what'd you say, Inari?
Seeing Raytheon's hand pull up, she pulls a wand from her obi sash.
Oh wait, she has that spell. Awesome.
No. Pretty damn close, though.
Power word killed. So Raytheon lifts his hand to cause everyone to stop.
Does anyone else hear that?
Who's in front of me?
Definitely.
Inari is in front of you, Eddie.
I run into Inari by accident.
Frank.
Sorry. It's just really boring. What's happening? What?
I look back down the line. Does anyone else hear that?
Yes. Yeah.
Raytheon,
I don't know what it is.
you look back down the line, and standing a few paces behind Trick, you see the side of one of the trees is a blonde-haired, actually white-haired elf, glowing white eyes, bow drawn, and is aiming at the back of all of you.
I take off my hat.
You take off the hat. The four of you see Raytheon take off his hat. His hair changes color. Long knife-like ears appear on the side of his head.
What?
And he is staring directly back. Raytheon, you're not sure how you know, but those featureless white eyes look directly at you.
I say in Elvish to the creature, "We mean no harm."
So the rest of you see Raytheon looking back past all of you, speaking in a language none of you understand. What are you all doing?
Do we notice that somebody's there?
Do you look back?
I look back.
Yeah, I moved.
I was waiting for someone to say anything.
Is there like a tree or something to my right or left that I could maybe kind of step behind a little bit?
There's plenty of trees, but as soon as you start to try to step off the path, you feel like your feet are glued in place.
Oh.
No one do anything brush. I flip my sword to where it's blade tip down, like in a reverse grip. And I hold my hands open and I start walking towards the individual.
You are able to move. And those who are trying to turn around, you feel that you're able to turn in place, but your movements feel heavy and sluggish. And as you finally turn around to look behind you, you see what Raytheon has seen. Very, very long hair, pale eyes, standing behind all of you, bow drawn.
Does she have slightly higher ground than we do?
No, she's just
even
on the path. There's no real high ground here. It's all just trees everywhere. And as Raytheon,
I put myself in between. Hold on. Gabe, I forgot your character's name.
Trick.
I put myself in between Trick and her.
As Raytheon stands there, after having spoken to the figure, all of you hear at once the same voice, but in different languages. All of you understand what she's saying in common. There are many languages you don't understand, but you also understand the languages of your home nations. You hear her say, "You venture close where you do not belong."
I would say in Elvish back to her. Perhaps we do not know we tread upon ground we should not have walked.
What is your purpose near my forest?
Shit, I didn't take this spell. I know who this is, don't I?
You are very familiar with this entity.
Mm. If any of you guys are doing something, do it now while I'm looking at my shit.
I'm gonna cast Blade Ward, and I just in front of me sort of trace the head of my the guitar, which is an Anstruth harp actually, but it's I trace the head in front of me, and it makes this sigil that protects me from bludgeoning, piercing damage, and everything. Just preserving myself, basically.
Okay.
And
Anyone else
Ari's
doing
just kind of
anything?
like slightly behind Eddie. Damage sponge.
I move my hand across the brim of a non-seen hat, and I change into the visage of the Fae.
Okay. You see the bow slacken slightly and dips down. She doesn't release her hold on the arrow, but the point is now towards the ground.
It is not of a will of our own choosing, but a debt that must be paid. And I kind of nod down towards her.
Make a persuasion check with advantage.
Come on, dice. Hey, don't worry. +0 to this, guys. We got this.
We got this.
Hell yeah.
Dude, what if I told you I got an 18 and I have nothing to add to it?
Yeah.
Very nice.
You see the knocked arrow seem to slacken even more. Venture no further north, but be wary. There are many
Isn't that where we have to go?
There are many ahead that still linger. And the figure steps backward and disappears behind a tree.
I release the breath that I've been holding and put my back up against the tree as I'm now breathing in my elven form very heavily.
Yeah, Trick actually is holding his hands as if he's holding daggers, but you can tell that he's not. But his hands relax kind of as they step away.
As the
Who
figure
was that?
disappears behind the tree, before I forget, the weight and the sluggishness you all felt seems to dissipate, and it feels like you had about 100 pounds on your shoulders for how freeing it is that entity is no longer in front of you.
Okay.
Yeah, I stopped casting Blade Ward, for sure. Raytheon, do you know who that is? Do you know who that was?
Yes. That is the protector of this forest. That is the goddess who watches over us.
Why would she be coming to us?
Because we are, the human term would be on her doorstep.
Well, okay. If I'm reading this map right, we can't go north or get closer to her, and we can't go south because there's a warning on the map. So we just need to kind of stay
Thread
the
the
course
needle.
as best we can.
Yes. And hopefully she will just not mind our travel through this area.
Is this Aaron? Of the Aaron's Forest?
That's my guess.
Goddess of the Fae. I mean, elves. My great brain.
It very well could have been.
Wow.
She was very pretty, though.
And very deadly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could feel that. Okay, I think I kind of turn and pull my hood back up over my head a bit and start to walk in the right direction.
As I walk back up to take my place in front of the group again, I just give like a glancing touch onto Cash's shoulder. Seems like the cat's out of the bag now anyway.
Seems like it.
I do not take the form of the human.
I have so many questions, but I don't ask. Because I'm just kind of freaked out right now.
Same.
All right.
Perhaps we are in safer harbors.
Yeah.
So
Do we keep going or go
We need
back,
to
or
head
what?
west, if I'm reading this correctly. Is that right?
Yeah, it's west, a little bit north, but we can go west to the mountains pretty much.
I would recommend we do that.
Okay.
Okay. Keep on walking.
all right.
And with a little bit of stealth, I would say.
Okay. If you are moving stealthily, then I will need everyone to make a stealth check as you proceed.
Okay.
Jeez, that's also a +8.
Show off.
I got a 17 plus 12, so
Where is he?
29.
Damn.
I got a 29 for stealth.
You got a
19.
13 plus 8.
So 21 for Raytheon. Eddie, what'd you get?
19.
Inari?
14.
Cashew.
27.
God damn. All right. With those rolls being as they are, you all begin to proceed further through the forest, keeping your ears sharp and out and listening. At one point or another, Inari catches her foot on a root that's jutting out, but thankfully, Cashew was close enough to her in the front that she was able to grab on and keep herself from falling over. Maybe pluck a little feather or two out of there, but able to keep.
Sorry.
But you all proceed forward incredibly cautiously. And let me check on something. Yeah. Okay. As you venture further forward through the forest, you start to hear those wailing moans and some sharper cries coming from ahead of you and slightly to the right, that may be just a little bit closer to the Aaron's forest that you were cautioned to stay away from. And as you move further and further ahead, Raytheon, with you in the front, you are the first to see there's a break in the trees. It looks to be some sort of a clearing.
Hold my hand up to tell everybody to hold up. Let's take a look here. Anything in that clearing?
Make a perception check. And if anyone wants to move a little bit further forward and take a look themselves, they may.
Sure.
I definitely will. Yep.
Ooh,
I kind of stay
anyone?
back on the edge.
Okay.
Wait. If I can do this, this is broken. I want to silvery barbs myself.
Oh no.
Hold on. I need to
Wait a
read something
second.
real quick.
One reaction which you take when a creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself succeeds on an attack roll and ability check or saving throw. I don't think I succeeded.
I would argue that you can't technically see yourself for something like that.
Fair enough.
Yeah. Unless you're trying to be like, where are they at?
No, I'm gonna say I step wrong, and I get my foot caught in some roots of a tree, and it causes me to like give away my position for a second before I slink back.
Who else rolled perception checks for this? Cashew, Eddie, and okay, everyone. What did everyone else get?
No, I didn't roll a perception check.
Oh, got it.
14.
14,
11.
11,
26.
26. Cashew is
That's
the
just
first.
a man.
Cashew is the first to see the creatures that are slowly roaming around the clearing. Eddie is the next one to spot them. You actually see a few creatures.
Is this in broad daylight?
No, actually. By this point in time, it was a little bit difficult to see because you were in the forest, but the sun seems to have dipped down. It's around twilight.
Copy.
You see a multitude of creatures roaming somewhat aimlessly through this this grove, this glade, this slight opening. All of them are skeletal. All of them have weapons of some kind. And the more you look, you see that there's a gentle fog roaming across the ground in patches. Sometimes it'll dissipate and reappear elsewhere. You watch for a few minutes and you count 4, maybe 5. And then further off in the distance, you see something very large, leathery skinned, wielding something that looks like it should be held with 2 hands, and it's carrying it around with 1. They don't seem to have noticed you yet. And they don't seem to be venturing very far from the central copse of trees in the middle of this clearing.
What are those?
Whatever they are, we should probably avoid.
If we should avoid, then we should sneak back into the woods before they see us.
But we can't do that. The pretty woman told us we couldn't.
How far apart is the tree line from our side and the opposite?
Probably about 100 meters or so across, give or take. It's a little difficult to say. While it looks like a clearing, there's more open ground here, and there's little bursts of trees here and there. So you see clearing, trees, more trees, and it seems like there's more openness around behind it. It's a little bit difficult to see from your current vantage point. But make a survival check for me.
$15.
15. It kind of looks, if you were to sneak around one way or the other, if you were to stay right at the edge and not go too terribly far south to go around, you could probably get to the other side 30, 45 minutes maybe, depending on how slow you wanted to take it. It could be a little bit faster if you wanted to just leg it, but you would run the risk of being discovered.
We could head south. Try and skirt around this. What is the group's opinion?
I mean, I don't want to fight him, bro.
We can go south. I think we can move quickly
I
enough.
just got this shirt.
Cash, Alari?
Stealth.
Alari?
Stealth.
South.
South it is.
Okay. And with that unified agreement, I need everybody to make stealth checks.
Don't fuck me.
Don't fuck me
Me
now.
now.
21.
16.
Oh, 22, actually.
Oh,
23.
Ooh.
I just count with my fingers.
I have to
Oh.
remember that if I have proficiency to default to a 10 before I add things.
it's such a cool feature.
It's such a cool feature.
Rogue is
And-
awesome.
And just as a reminder, with that, the way that I rule that particular thing is that works for natural ones as well.
Oh, perfect. That's awesome. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
Inari? Inari.
9.
Mm.
I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Fair
Inari's getting frustrated that she keeps stumbling. She's like, you know what? Fuck it. Invisible.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna make yourself invisible, so you can't even see where your foot is going now.
Yeah, but they can't see me.
Cashew, what'd you get?
20, not natural.
Not bad, not bad. Okay, so you all begin to skirt around to the south, doing your best to avoid, not step on anything. You're making good progress. You're moving along. Inari, you all hear a sharp snap as Inari steps on a very, very dry twig. And in her panic of making noise, she stumbles forward, and the two of you, or those of you that turn to look, she begins to fall and just disappears. But you still hear the thump as she lands on the ground. You all hold your breath for a moment.
Can I make the sound of a squirrel?
Ooh. Ooh. Perfect mimicry.
Yeah.
Make a performance check.
Performance. Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, it starts with a P. It's towards the bottom.
Jesus.
21.
21. Okay.
Am I able to use prestidigitation to make a squirrel-shaped image, kind of where she is, or is that too far away? I know it's probably got to be in my hand.
I don't think that's how prestidigitation works.
Do you have a minor image?
Illusory, nah, but I can create an illusory image that can fit in my hand and last till the end of my next turn. Yeah, I don't think it's strong enough for that. And no, I don't.
Damage all.
Yeah.
So, all of you pause. Hold your breath. And you hear a chorus of ghastly groans and sharp cries. And they are getting closer.
Now would be the time to run.
How many of them are there, Ian?
Those of you that were able to see and tried to count, anywhere from 4 to maybe 6 of them.
Okay.
Hear
Along
a
with
lot
the
of-
big guy.
You hear rattling noises, hissing, just like, and then
If they're all,
coming from a little bit further behind those, you hear very heavy footfalls. Doom, doom. You hear wood splintering as some kind of tree was either shoved completely over or a branch was broken. Whatever was in that glade is coming towards you. So,
but we can't see
Okay,
it. Right?
I would like to cast Psychic Whispers.
okay, sorry, real quick before that, Eddie, at the
Okay.
moment from how far south you had gone, no, you cannot see them, but you can definitely hear them coming towards you. Trick, go ahead and do what you were about to do.
Psychic Whispers is a 6, so up to 4 creatures I can see. I'll use my 6 for 6 hours. The chosen creatures can speak telepathically with you, and you can speak telepathically with them as long as they're within 1 mile, and they don't need to speak common to understand each other. So all 4 of you are now in my head, and I'm like, and I say, settle, and then you can all hear that just in your heads as it happens, and that is gonna last 6 hours. continue.
Can we speak to you?
Yeah, you can speak to everybody. It's like walkie-talkies for everybody. The whole group is now telepathically linked.
Okay. So I have something called hypnotic pattern, and I can create a 30-foot cube within 120 feet of me, create a pattern, and all the creatures in the area. I don't think I have to be able to see them.
They just have to see what you create.
Yeah.
Right. So if I'm not mistaken, hypnotic pattern is kind of an instantaneous thing. It doesn't the effect itself doesn't linger there. Whatever you're casting it on needs to be in that area when you cast it, and then it lasts for that duration. So you would need to be able to know that that spell was on them to cast it.
Got you. Okay, cool. It didn't say that I needed to have them in sight, but yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so the pattern appears for a moment and vanishes.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
What
So,
if I cast
definitely
minor
something to keep in your
illusion?
little pocket there, but until you can see them, I would advise against using that at the moment. Sorry, yes, Anari?
Yep.
What if I cast minor illusion like a deer skittering off in the other direction?
You can certainly try.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that.
Okay, make a performance check for me. While Inari is doing this, are people running? Do you have any other tricks that you want to... Let me use a different word since someone's actually named that. Are there any other abilities that you would like to try to do, or are you just legging it?
I mean, yeah, I'm just running.
Okay.
But except he just told us to hold. So I was about to step, and then I heard a voice in my head.
Well, I just said settle, not necessarily hold, so just kind of like see what's going on. But you can also speak in real time, so if you want to speak, speak.
There's something coming our way, and I want to get away from it. Get out of my head, bro.
Do it. Do what you gotta do.
I draw my blade, move back towards where Inari was, towards the rear of the line.
I see you clapping. What'd you roll?
23.
Okay, so as you all begin to... Are you all starting to run as well, though? Has that been decided, or...
I'm staying put.
You're staying
Yeah, I don't
put?
think I need to run. I kind of stay hidden a little bit where I am.
Okay,
When-
so... Go ahead, Kashi.
When I see the image of the deer, could I also make a deer sound?
Sure.
Because I mean, the deer makes no noise since it's
Correct.
an image.
Inari, roll one more. I'll give you advantage on this for your performance check for the deer that you just did. So you had 23 at the moment. Let's see if you can get higher.
On Archeron 20. Blah, blah, blah.
Nah, it's still 23.
Okay. Okay. You all hold for a minute, hearing Trick's voice in your head. You also hear Eddie's voice pop in. No one's mouths are moving. Inari, you see her moving her hands, and you see a deer at the tail end of your group go hauling ass out. What's the range on minor image again? That's
30 feet.
30 feet. Okay, and Cashew begins to make... Are you doing deer noises? What sort of noises are you making for that, thematically?
Deer noises. So I guess screeching.
Oh, yeah. So...
He's gonna make it seem like it does that kind of motion, so that way she can keep it in the outer range of her radius to make it look like it's going away from them.
Okay.
Into the trees.
So you all hold tight. Inari sends off this illusory deer. Cashew starts making some fucking terrifying noises. You all hold your breath again, and you see 3, 4 shapes thumping through the trees after the deer illusion. I'm assuming by that motion you mean everyone's going to start...
Stealthily
in.
running.
Okay, I need stealth checks again.
I am in the rear.
Don't fuck me now.
You should have advantage if you're invisible.
Well, she did just cast a spell.
Actually, no. The
Never mind.
invincibility is not concentration based though.
As soon as you do an action like cast a spell or something, it goes away, unless it's greater invisibility that you cast.
Ah, fair.
Yep.
Fair. Did not read
22.
far enough.
22. Oh,
I should have
no.
played a fucking barbarian.
What'd everybody get? I got
9.
22. 9? Oh, no.
Oh, shit. Come on, group score.
And Ari got a 3.
Ooh wee.
Cashew,
Ooh wee.
Fuck, we fighting, boys.
23.
23. Trick,
28.
28.
Three
Okay.
that are into the 20s.
Yeah.
Please. Please. Merciful God.
You all begin to stealthily move through the woods again. A few of you tripping slightly, making just a little bit more noise. You keep on going, and you hear might be at least one, maybe two coming up behind you. They don't sound terribly quick. They're very shuffling and ambling along. And then as the second person steps on a twig, you hear those footsteps and those cries, those growls, getting more excited, and the footfalls begin to come much faster, and you just hear.
Can I look back and see them?
Make a perception check.
Can I join in on this?
Sure. You are at the rear, so yes.
That is a 25.
Fuck yeah.
25.
22.
You see two of the skeletal figures. One of them seems to have multiple arms, all of them ending in a very sharp, wicked point, almost like spider legs, and it is grabbing at the trees and pulling itself along. The other one seems to have a sword in one hand and more blades sticking in its own back, and both creatures are just coming right at you. So you see them. What would you like to do?
Are they within 60 feet of me?
Yes, and they are gaining.
I'm going to cast Shatter on them.
Eddie?
I'm going to cast, I think I'm going to cast Dissonant Whisper at first level on one of them. James, you're attacking both of them?
Yeah, I have an area of effect, so I can hit both of them.
Okay. I play a Discord. I just like turn really quickly, play like, and that only one of them can hear. Racking with terrible pain. The target must make a Wisdom saving throw. Failed save. It takes 3d6 psychic damage.
Okay, would
A
you
very
like to
good
aim for
spell.
the one with the sword or the spidery armed one?
Spidery arms.
Okay.
Scary arms.
So, Raytheon, please, or actually, it's a check on my end,
Constitution
isn't it?
17. Con 17.
And mine's Wisdom 16.
I get to roll my dice.
Is it flashing red?
It's flashing red.
Yes.
Oh,
Oh,
just
shit.
gonna put that one to the side for a moment, and we're gonna see. That's still a failure. So,
Nice.
the homebrew rules that I have is your rolled damage is the maximum rolled damage plus rolled and then your modifier. Does that make sense? This is for Raytheon real quick for Shatter. So
You got a 1?
that's a natural 1. Yes.
Oh shit.
Yeah. So what?
This is going to fucking suck.
Yeah. So what's the damage for Shatter?
So, if we're doing it, your rules, that'll be 24 plus 21. Because I
Yes.
rolled triple sevens.
Jesus.
And it's
Shatter
3d8.
is a great
Yeah.
spell.
And that's thunder damage, baby.
Yeah. So so the actual roll that you did was 24, correct?
The actual roll was 21. The spell
21.
does 3d8, so that's 24.
Got it. 21 and 24. So,
So nice 45 points of thunder damage.
the one with the sword, the one with the swords, Eddie, as you turn around and you were prepping your fingers, Raytheon's just a little bit faster, and he points out there, the one with the sword explodes into just bones and just scattering off into the trees with barely a the one with the many arms gets catapulted by the explosion, slams into a tree and grabs onto it, and its head just swivels around with a sickening crunch and looks at you right as you cast your spell. And that save is
Wisdom 16.
Wisdom. He's not very
Come
wise.
He
Come
not too
on.
smart.
Come on,
Does he
Nick,
have
first
I
ears?
didn't
kill.
say
Does
he
he-
wasn't smart. I said he wasn't wise.
Does
He
he
don't
have
think good.
ears? Is he? Uh-oh.
Is it also red?
It's red, but it's not flashing red. It's just a 2. Oh,
You know
wait a
he's
minute.
good.
Wisdom saving throw. I rolled a 2. It's -2. Fuck!
Dirty zero.
Yeah, dirty zero. So
Wow.
dissonant whispers. It has to just
Move as far
turn-
away as its speed allows
And
from
run,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
So as
How much
Eddie,
psychic damage did it take?
But yeah, it's 3d6 of psychic damage though.
yes. So roll 3
Do I roll that?
Yeah, you roll your damage.
I'm not gonna roll the damage for you.
Yeah.
I'll
Kill
murder
it, Nick.
myself.
Kill it.
3. So 12 points of damage.
All right.
Damage is damage.
Damage is damage.
Doesn't seem to outright kill it, but you can see the head begins to snap around on its neck, and it climbs up the tree a little ways and leaps off towards another tree, and then another and another, and disappears from sight as it moves as far as it can away from you.
Cool.
What are you all doing? One was fucking vaporized. The other
Fucking
one.
run, dude.
Run.
Okay. No stealthy this time. Just
Yeah.
I
let's
think
take off.
the shatter spell probably took stealth out the window.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is there a sound component to that, James?
it's in the
A
name.
big sound component.
Yeah.
I mean, it's thunder damage, right?
It is thunder damage, so it's
Yeah,
concentrated
yeah,
in a 10-foot area. And if there were any trees there, it takes all that damage. Anything made of stone, crystal, or metal has disadvantage on the saving throw.
Yeah, there was definitely some damage. And cool point of order, Cashew, you've got a new sound in your repertoire.
I do.
Death charge.
All right. So you all begin to flee the scene, moving further and further. Okay. Running for a fair ways. I need all of you to make another perception check for me as you run for a good 10, 15, 20 minutes or so.
That makes sense because
It's-
we're running.
It's not easy to just run in a straight line. You're having to dodge around. So 10
You said perception?
perception.
16.
22.
Oh, 22. Whoa.
Nice.
Inari,
Natural 20.
natural 20. Trick, you said you had a 7?
16.
16. Cashew,
8 plus 8.
26.
26. Always got to one up people.
Right?
I'm better than you, and I know it.
I'm the superior species.
You run for a ways. All of you just kind of collectively at one point decide that now's the time to stop, catch your breath, try to listen. The blood is pumping in your ears, the adrenaline is running. The forest is silent.
Well, that was unexpected.
Did you say that out loud or in our mind?
In our mind.
Inari in the brain pan is gonna go, next time we need to be stealthy, one of you stealthy fuckers is carrying me.
We may need to at this point.
Who's
I'm
the
not very
biggest out of
hurt
all
by
of
that.
us?
Good question.
I'm like 6 foot.
Same.
About the same.
I think the Dragonborn would probably be the biggest.
Yeah, Dragonborn's
Let
equal.
me look at my actual.
Like
height.
you're gonna be a little bit more yoked than everybody else.
You got that meat on your
I'm
bones.
dude. I'm 5'8" and 160 pounds.
Oh shit, you're small for a dragon form.
Yep. Yep.
Big
I'm young.
kobold.
Yeah, right.
That's a big kobold right
That's
there.
a big kobold.
That's a big old boy.
I am blue.
Da-ba-dee-ba-da-die.
That's what I was thinking.
I think Cashew's like 5'11".
So the bird's the same height as I am, basically. I'm like 5'11", 6-footish.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
But
Okay.
nobody's hurt
Yeah.
or anything, right? I say that nobody's hurt or anything. Not that I care. Just
It
nobody's
seems
hurt,
like you
right?
do care.
Shut up.
Shut up.
No, I did not get hurt. But did you see that? By the
That
God.
thing was nasty as fuck, man.
Never seen such a thing.
What does anybody know what that was?
I haven't the slightest unless the dungeon master will tell me otherwise.
He is away with no headphones, so
Does,
he don't know.
does someone possibly know that's from this area what those things were?
Like, I don't know, me.
Yeah, does the
Sorry, I had to step away from it to shut my door.
Do I know what those things are, dungeon master?
Oh, make either a. Let me decide here. Make a history check.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
A fuck yeah,
Really?
bud.
A fuck yeah on history?
he's a sorcerer, right?
Look, just because you don't
I'm
study.
a wizard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Books are kind of his thing.
If I told you 19, is that successful?
Yes, you don't know their names precisely, and as far as you know, they don't even have names. But you have heard stories and tales from your homeland and just from the rumors of the local populace that those were likely the remnants of creatures and people that may have ventured a little too close to Aaron's forest.
Oh, that would be the goddess's fault.
For real, bro?
Yes, that's what she would have done to us.
Glad she didn't.
Damn.
I am also glad that she did not kill all of you.
I see. Well, I guess we just continue at this point.
I don't-
Where are we now on the map?
And it's we're
In the
somewhere
forest.
yeah, somewhere west of that road that goes north.
Could we possibly pool our resources and maybe do a survival check to see if we're still on course?
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
I will give advantage to trick.
Perfect.
And anyone else that wants to make a survival check can certainly try.
Because I fucking live here.
It's a 16? 15? 16.
16 for me as well.
Cashew.
16.
The fuck?
What?
Why?
What'd you get, Cashew?
It's Sarah's dice. Blame her. A natural 20.
A natural
Plus 3.
20.
Dang!
I blessed his dice before I gave it to him.
Give it a little
Nice, nice.
So
Perks of having a witchy girlfriend.
you all gather around the map and are trying to figure out roughly how far you've been going, distance and time traveled. Cashew, who's been more or less kind of quiet, has been keeping a really good eye out and has been counting his steps, or however he's managed to do this. You all sort of agree that you're at least halfway through the forest, and Cashew comes up and just points a claw down and just goes right about there. According to the map, as crude as it may be, it does seem like you might be relatively close to the edge where the mountains meet the tree line.
Okay. Okay.
But
Question.
is
And
also-
it's
Mhm.
pretty late in the evening, right?
I was about to say that you are all starting to begin to feel the effects of exhaustion from 2 long days of travel. That stress and the strain of trying to move quietly and keeping low to the ground. Your legs are burning. Cashew, you were saying something as well?
Well, I was just wondering if it would be easier for you to use the virtual tabletop to host the map so we can like actually point.
No.
Like this is more just like in general instead of as map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Water.
But again, the idea is that this is a relatively crude map that's not
That's fair.
necessarily accurate to scale.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was just wondering.
I mean,
does
also
it feel
the
like
part that says "You are here, dummy," like that's not exactly a normal
yeah, right.
map
Yeah.
legend.
Can we see the edge of the woods from where we are? Like, can we tell that like we could maybe camp outside of the woods from where we are, or we're like that's kind of what I'm guessing.
Because of the time of day and it is getting darker, it's very difficult to tell if is that another tree blocking my line of sight or is that just darkness.
Right. Well, sounds like we should camp here, folks.
Very well.
Okay. So, you all decide to bed down for the evening. Is a fire being lit?
Anybody have a tiny hut?
Not I.
Okay.
I do not have that spell prepared.
I knew I should have taken that spell.
After we rest, of course.
Now that we know.
So, watch is being taken, I'm assuming.
Yep.
How do we want to divvy that up?
I'll go first again, and I have a spell. I'm trying to find the spell that allows me to just like instantly make a fire.
Yeah.
Which one would that be?
Just go to your
Are you thinking of? You might
If
be
you're
thinking of pyrotechnics if I'm looking at your sheet right, but that's more to make loud noise and stuff.
yeah, you can sort your sheet. So if you know if it's a racial trait, go to like your features and traits and click like class or racial or feat, and then it'll like
hold
break
on.
it down into smaller lists for you, so you can actually sort through it.
Yeah. Let's see. That's a good tip. Thank you, Gabe.
I get real lost on high level characters like that, so I do it.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, that's exactly what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see anything that would let you just easily create a fire, but at the same time, you are in a forest. It's not going to be all that difficult to find fuel and such. Okay, so Inari and Cashew want to take second watch.
I'll be on first, yeah.
Take everything after second,
I'll take first watch then.
since I am quite full.
So me and Trick together.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Is a fire being made, or are you gonna rough it in?
Yeah, I'm making a fire.
Okay.
I'm still looking for this damn spell.
No, it's all good. So, as you begin to prepare a small fire and to bed down for the evening, that's where we're going to take a little bit of a break. Gonna get drinks, snacks, take a little bit of a breather, and we'll be back in 5-10-ish minutes or so. So don't go too terribly far.
Perfect.
Yep.
Perfect.
Sounds great.
There you go.
And we're back with the brohams and the brocephaluses.
Yeah, hey, brother.
I had to add some bardcore to my soundtrack just to keep me in the mood.
Well, welcome back, everyone. When we left off just a short while ago, this intrepid group of reluctant party members barely managed to skirt past a nasty little clearing filled with supposedly undead creatures and obliterating one of them and sending the other one tail tucked running back through the woods. They scarpered off. The forest grew silent again, and they all bedded down for the evening to take watches. Trick and Eddie, you two were taking the first watch. So,
Yes, sir.
same as before, perception checks individually or give one or the other advantage.
What you want to do, Trick? That feels fun saying that.
I can let me roll it. It makes more sense.
I've always wanted to call somebody trick and not have any ramifications.
Right. That's kind of one of the reasons I picked it. Okay, so that's automatic 10, so it's perception.
Well, he's giving you advantage.
Yep.
Oh, then I'll go ahead and re-roll it. Still a 10.
Oh.
It's 18.
Okay. Is there anything the two of you would like to do during your watch?
I'm just gonna be kind of. I'm gonna be playing in the key of the thing we're listening to right now, so that it doesn't sound so discordant. But yeah,
Well, I mean,
I'm
it's
gonna
supposed to be spooky sounding ambiance.
I would rather it sound nice because everybody's trying to sleep, man.
You're not just gonna get like a violin bow and just start.
Yeah, no kazoo tonight.
Trick, is there anything you want to do?
Yeah, I kind of turned to Eddie, and well, I used to travel with a bard, but he was a little different. He liked to play games, and I'd kind of pull some rocks and mess with them on the ground, like do a little shell game with it. But he played a different kind of instrument than what you play.
What does he play?
It was some sort of horn, but he really just made a lot of racket. Performance wasn't actually his forte. He just liked to talk to people and distract him, so to speak.
Well, are you talking about? No, there was a member of. I haven't been a member of the Bards for a long time, but I will say there was rumor of this absolute idiot named Jack Black.
Black the Bard.
Everybody just called him Black the Bard. Yeah.
You've passed Black the Bard, have you? Well,
I have. He's a fucking idiot. That stupid saxoboom that he has, the least cool instrument ever. Yeah, everybody likes him or whatever, but it's not actual music. He's not actually he's such an asshole.
see, this is why we're gonna get along. I think it's gonna work out great, Eddie. Fuck Black the Bard.
Yeah.
Eddie
fuck
Van
that dude.
Exhalen for life.
Yeah. Eddie Van Exhalen.
And I kind of pull out like some tinkerer's tools, and I'm just kind of messing with like my jewelry and things on my stuff as I listen to you play.
Yeah, and I'm just sort of keeping everybody in like a really safe vibe with the music that I'm playing and everything.
Okay. The hours seem to drag on for quite a bit at first, especially after the near encounter with, for as far as you know, could have been a relatively deadly encounter. None of you except for Raytheon had even heard of the creatures before, and you didn't know what to expect. But through quick thinking and some very powerful spells put down in the right place at the right time, the adrenaline wears off. The forest remains relatively quiet. There's some let me find the right kind of music I want to go on here. We'll go with that. Partway through your watch, in the very, very, very distance, almost far enough away that you almost didn't even recognize the sound for what it was, you hear a sharp cry. And it makes both of you sit up straight, but you don't hear anything else afterwards.
Does it sound like an animal or like a being, like a person?
Exactly. Yeah.
It's difficult to tell. As far as you've seen, you're the only ones that are nearby. You haven't seen any creatures, and the only things that were out there so far were those skeletal beings. It's possible that it was one of them or an as of yet unseen creature.
I mean, there's no way that I would recognize the sound or anything like that.
Nothing that you've heard before.
Okay.
The closest thing that you may have heard to that sort of sound is someone first starting out on a stringed instrument. It was very discordant and sharp, and for how quiet it was that you heard it, it had to have carried from a fair distance away.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, I take note of it, but I'm not going to take any immediate action. I'm just going to be a little more vigilant. I look out into the trees just outside of the light. My dark vision is black and white, but I should be able to discern anything in the immediate vicinity.
I just sort of like I'm still like, a little rattled and everything, and I'm just, playing and all that, but I just sort of look at him and I just shrug my shoulders as if to say, like, what,
Yeah.
I don't know what that was, but like, we've seen just about everything at this point, so it could have been anything.
Yeah, in woods like these, I'm unfazed, but,
Okay. There's nothing else you would like to do during your watch? The hours slip on by, almost agonizingly slow. But eventually it comes time to rouse the ones that are going to be taking second watch, which I believe were Inari and Cashew.
Yep.
I start playing a little bit louder, and yeah, it just just sort of like a rousy morning song.
Nara's ear just flicks like, really?
Yep, it's your turn.
Go bed. Go cuddle your guitar. Go to bed.
Good night.
Yeah, Trick kind of leans,
night.
as actually sleeps up against the tree, kind of more like sitting up this time, a little propped.
Good night, beautiful Inari.
And Ari's gonna make sure that Cashew's up as well.
How would he sleep? How do birds sleep? Just like
They kind
potato
of like
mode?
just like go full. Actually, yeah.
Nick had a bird sleep.
They stand on one foot. They
Sure,
fluff
if it's
up and
canon.
They stand on one foot, and they usually crack their beak a whole lot when they're falling asleep. When they're relaxed, they do this like kind of thing.
They said that word you said on stream the other day on Rick and Morty. That you said like what is it, cochlear? You said something about birds. It was like the
cochlear?
cochlear or something or other.
You talking about where they have their food?
Yeah, or something like that. But I was watching Rick and Morty.
Crop clearing.
But
Yeah.
no, there's like
No.
it was an anatomical term you used for a bird. I can't remember what it was now.
I feel
I
like we're
don't
doing
know.
a
But, like,
really
they-
deep dive into Cashew here. It's a little awkward.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Sorry, way off topic.
Thanks, DM.
We post stream we can talk about Cashew's
We get excited.
throat
Sorry, dude.
clearing.
I'm real passionate about birds. Continue. I'm asleep.
Inari and Cashew, if the two of you would please make perception rolls.
It's a low one. 11.
5.
A little spooky.
11 and 5. Okay.
Are those whispers like me just practicing my various voices?
Yeah, let's hope.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you would hope, but with your rolls, who knows? Is there anything you two would like to do for the evening?
Hey, Cashew. Those voices, they're all voices that you've heard, right?
Yep.
How many different places have you been?
I was courier.
Oh. Kind of like a messenger?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, dumb questions, I know.
Not dumb.
It's very spooky in this forest. I am not very comfortable here.
Yep.
Ari's not sure what else to say. She's just gonna try to pay attention.
Okay. You do your best to pay attention. Sometime during your watch, you start to notice a little bit of fog creeping in around the base of the trees, a little short ways off. It creeps in, and then it seems to linger there for 5-10 minutes, not moving. Then it begins to slip back once more. Apart from that, you don't really hear anything. And it's a little unnerving. There's no wildlife here.
Aw.
Really don't like this place.
Yep.
Time drags on. Try to find things to occupy your mind so that you're not thinking about what may or may not be lurking behind the nearby trees, just out of sight. And after a point, you begin to feel your eyelids growing heavy as exhaustion begins to creep back in again and beginning to get tired. And assuming it's close to the end of your watch, you can go rouse Raytheon.
You got him or me?
Me.
She's
I'll gently nudge him.
Anything occur during your watch, Cat?
Fog.
Not uncommon in these forests. Get some rest. I have.
We.
All right. So Inari and Cashew bed down to finish their long rest. Raytheon, you are awake on your own. Perception check, please.
Yes. Oh, shit! Fucking shot out at me.
oh, good golly goodness!
Goodness.
That is an 18, sir. 14 plus 4.
Believe the size of the bug that just jumped at me. Much like the others had said, the forest has been quiet, and you've been technically awake for a little while, listening in. You didn't hear the cry that Eddie and Trick had heard. You don't see fog creeping in. As the wee hours of the morning begin to creep in, you glance through the woods. You don't see anything but tree barks. You begin to see the slightest little inkling of light coming through the canopy. And as you turn to look in the direction where you were supposed to be going, you see quite a bit of light coming from that direction. You're kind of leaning down and trying to peer through the trees. Most of the light seems to be reflected. You seem to be very, very close to the mountains that you had been traveling towards. As the sun is rising in the east, the light of its rays are hitting the sheer stone cliffs and valleys and is bouncing back into the forest.
I'll go to each one of the party members, starting with Eddie, and I will gently move the boot to wake him up.
Yep. Yeah. I'm up.
It's time to press on, my friend.
All right.
I'll go to Inari, Cash. Wake them up.
Eddie, just kind of flavor text, since you're not as familiar with being out and about in the wilderness, you might have slept a little wrong, got a root on your back. You're not great at finding the good parts to sleep. It doesn't feel good. You don't like this, man.
It
Even though it
sucks.
sucks.
It sucks.
Go to
Okay.
Trick and wake him up as well.
You all come to consciousness, and as you all rub the sleep from your eyes and prepare for the next leg of your journey, you all as well see more and more light coming through the trees, and you notice that as when you had entered, while the trees aren't quite as far apart, they are further apart than when you were in the heart of this particular forest.
Wait, the trees are farther apart?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we're getting close to the edge of the forest. It seems less dense.
The roots of the
What's-
mountain separate the trees.
Tricking us. I don't know. Eddie doesn't know anything about the forest, so he's like doesn't understand that principle at all.
Seeing how you're acting, Raytheon would sidle up over next to you. If you see me growing concerned, that is when you should be concerned.
Your voice is very pleasing to my ear.
As is your instrument playing.
Thank you, sir. Which way are we going now?
I would look over to Trick for that answer.
We continued towards the mountains for a little bit longer, but as soon as we get to the base, we should go north, and we just try and stay out of these woods as best we can.
Very well.
All right.
We
I will
should
take
see
point.
some sort of opening, or we should see something. Something.
Shall we maintain our stealthiness?
I think that's the best way.
All right. If you all are traveling with stealth, I need everyone to roll stealth checks.
Stay in the fucking tray.
And Ari, are you trusting your dice, or are you...
She's gonna go fox form and just like try to scramble up somebody's shoulder, whoever's closest to her.
I got a 22, so I will
So,
jump on my shoulder.
real quick, you all, as you begin to set off and the mention of being quiet and stealthy comes up, Inari, who has been upright on two legs, suddenly shrinks down and becomes six tails?
Yeah.
Can you describe your fur coloration and patterns again as you shrink down into a little four-legged fox with six tails? Do a big
She
stretch.
looks like your normal red-furred fox. She has white going down her chin, her underbelly, and at the tip of her tails. And she has like little black booties on her feet.
Okay.
Oh my god, she's fucking adorable.
Where
So-
did Inari go?
I'm right here.
Well,
What?
how actually, Trick?
Yeah,
how
does
long
she speak
your,
size?
How long does your mind thing last for again?
It was, so I roll for it. It's only 6 hours, so we were off by the time we woke up.
Okay, so unfortunately, Inari, you are not able to communicate in your form. But as
Just,
he
like-
asked that, you would be able to chirp.
She just chirps and just like baps his leg.
Ugh.
I see the six tails, and it makes me think that this is Anari.
Seems
What
to
makes
be.
you... Did she have six tails that I didn't notice before?
Yes,
Yes.
What?
Mm-hmm.
yes, she had
Oh.
them.
Tails
They
the
were
whole
much
time.
larger.
I
The
didn't
ears
notice
match as
before.
well.
It makes perfect sense now, bro. Yeah,
Must be stealthier
yep.
this way.
He's just a fuck. He's like he's just has no idea what's going on. Like
So who
I just
do you?
like picture Bill and Ted when you do that.
Whoa.
my
Inari,
job is done.
who do you attempt to scamper up?
Honestly, she so far out of all the stealthiest people, she kind of trusts Raytheon the most. So she's gonna just go up and just like paw on the legs like uppies.
Well, you made a good choice because I got a natural 20 plus 8 for a 28,
Oh,
Nice.
and I pick up the small fox, and I'm like, "You are the most cute thing I've ever seen in my life.
Huff.
You're uppies."
Trick, what did you roll for stealth?
22.
22. Excellent. Eddie?
15.
Okay. Cashew?
26.
God, dog.
I made a good decision.
Yeah.
So you all begin traveling onward again. Very quickly, you make your way out of the forest. And you occasionally see a tree further out past the tree line, but they're very, very sparse and they're very stunted. The ground is not as conducive to growing a root system as the ground becomes much, much harder. You're getting more shrubs and loose rocks. Eddie, this is... you're stealthy for a bit, but again, you start to get bored with the silence, and you're seeing the mountains, and it's actually kind of giving you almost homesick vibes of the mountains to the southern side of the Knightly Kingdoms. And though everyone is being silent, your fingers are getting itchy. You're...
Boring road, take me home to Dragonland.
Really?
Where I belong.
Here,
And he's just like singing a stupid song.
right now.
Foxpaw, facepalm.
Hey, keep it down.
I need that to be a full song now.
I know.
As stealthy as you are being,
Singing? Oh, I'm being stealthy singing?
sorry, as
That's
stealthy
great.
as everyone else is being,
Yeah.
the sounds in nature begin to come back to your ears. Every now and then you hear the rustling in the trees, which is very reminiscent of small rodents, birds. You're hearing normal chirps and cries. Nothing that sounds too terribly close or too terribly big. And you travel for a good hour or so northward. It's a lot easier to keep a straight line because you can very clearly see the forest to your right and the mountains to your left. There's nowhere else really to go. Eventually, however, you do get to a place where the greens and gray of the ground, where there's lichen and very sparse grass, turns into what looks like really, really old churned earth. There's not much growing here. You walk a little bit more forward. I'm gonna change the music because this is a little bit more spooky than.
Let's say, are we still hearing the parcel tongue?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
no, I
think-
meant to change that a minute ago. That's my bad. So you're carrying onward, and you see. Actually, I'm assuming the Raytheon's still in front because he's kind of been heading up everything. Is that fair to assume?
Yes.
Make a perception check for me, if you would.
Do I have advantage because I have a fox?
Seeing eye fox.
Pack tactics. Yeah, go for it.
Back
Yeah.
tactics.
Why not? You got to
A natural 1 and a natural 20.
So that's
Hell
why you
yeah.
asked if you had advantage. Okay.
That's why you ask.
I just
Wow.
rolled it.
So.
I'll do it again.
No, you're good. You're good.
I have no shame.
We know. So as you're walking along, you're keeping a very good eye out. You're looking for anything and everything. And all of a sudden you feel these little beans just kind of plap at your cheek. And you kind of glance over and you see Inari beside you. And they're looking down and to the right. You follow her gaze and you see something pale and white sticking out of the ground in a little kind of arch.
Like right at my feet.
Maybe like 2-3 feet away from you, kind of down and to your right. It's a little bit off the trajectory you were going to, but it's there. And now that she's pointed it out to you, it's very clear that it's there.
I'll crouch down, and am I getting any sort of arcane energy off of this? Am I feeling any sort of energy?
No particular, nothing in the arcane realm. Make an investigation check for me.
Very well. I am good at this. I'm okay at this. 14.
14 is very well good enough. You bend down and you peer at this. This is definitely a bone, a rib of some kind. And as you're looking at it and you're kind of fiddling with it, you see that there's more around it.
Kind of like look up at Inari and I give like the high eyebrow, like, I think we're heading in the right direction.
Just big nod.
The rest of you see Raytheon crouched down and seems to be conversing with Inari on his shoulder.
Can I dig up that section of bone? Just kind of like with my fingies?
The grippers.
The earth is not as loose as you would expect. It's kind of clay-like. So it doesn't really come up easily, but it's also not super, super buried in there. It definitely looks to be the remnants of a rib cage, and or what's left of it. It has definitely been smashed either by time or whatever ended this particular creature's life.
Does it look humanoid in size?
It's roughly the size of a human, but again, it's been smashed in. It's more the shape of ribs, but it's really difficult for how mashed up it is to know exactly what it belonged to.
I'll like get whatever section or chunk of it, and I'll like hold it up so that everybody else can see it.
Fatality.
Okay.
And I'm gonna be like, what the fuck is that?
That would be a rib
Bro.
bone, Eddie.
Just, is there more?
I would imagine underneath the ground, yes.
Are you familiar with anything that could pull people into the ground?
They look like they've been here for a while, right? The bones.
Yes. I mean,
Okay,
they're
good.
definitely sun-bleached.
Gotcha.
I
gotcha.
think this is more of an over time aspect of things. This is quite old,
Fair.
but there are many. As I start to
Eesh.
point out the spots that I can see from here.
Make another perception check for me as you're saying this. And anyone else who wants to make a perception check may do so as well.
I'm definitely gonna do one now.
I'm too freaked out.
I'm too freaked out, bro.
It's cocked.
Stay in the friggin' tray.
It is perception 18.
18? 13?
19.
19?
16.
16.
78.
My lowest possible perception check is an 18.
Nice.
What?
So that's,
Fucking
yeah,
jealous.
I
Reliable
know.
talent.
So, yeah.
That's the thing you sent me, Gabe. Damn it.
Yeah, that's why I sent it so you'd understand what I was doing.
As you all kind of begin to look around, you see that there's more scattered around. Bestial skulls, a fair grouping of what looks like maybe some arm, leg bones. All of these seem to have been here for a very, very long time. Nothing looks fresh. And you're looking around at basically where all this earth has given way from greens to browns. You just see scattering bits of skeletal remains. And a little bit further off in the distance, you see what looks to be almost what looks like a landslide has come down and fallen down the mountainside and is piled up. And with the sun at the angle that it's currently at, you see something glittering in the pile of rubble.
We're done being stealthy for now, right?
Yeah. I definitely gonna start approaching this glinting light.
I run at it and grab it.
Inari's
Oh,
gonna
God.
get down from Raytheon's shoulder and
Get
go
after
back
it.
to human form.
Okay, so Eddie
I
just
love
starts...
shiny stuff.
Okay,
Right.
so you...
Like, what is that? All the bones. That's all I care about.
No.
Sure. I do swipe one like leg bone or something, kind of a long, skinny bone that looks
Oh.
like I could carve on it as this
We're
is
all going to
happening.
die.
But I just watch him run.
Okay, so you all watch as Eddie runs towards this pile of rocks where there's an iridescent shape nestled within
Eddie!
it.
Eddie!
Yeah.
Eddie,
What?
stop! Stop!
I stop right before I get to it.
Don't you think the bones are a bit of a warning?
I think the biggest problem is what you said at the beginning of that sentence, because I wasn't really thinking that hard, bro.
That tracks.
That turned
Right.
into Donald Trump. I don't know why that turned into Donald Trump for a second.
It was absolutely terrific. and
I
everything.
wasn't thinking that hard, bro. Okay. No. Yeah. So I stopped right before it. I saw something shiny. I like shiny stuff. I mean, it's a stereotype. I know everybody says dragons like, shiny shit, but I do. So why am I stopping?
So, as Eddie has stopped to turn around and
Oh fuck.
rant and just give you all kinds of hell of how dare you, all of you
I'm
see
moving this way.
all of you see the glittering gem that is nestled within these rocks. Something closes over it and opens up again, as if the lids of an eyeball, and all the rocks around it begin to rise up behind you, Eddie.
Get out of
You're
there!
still going on this
Shit.
tirade.
Fuck.
You hear this rumbling noise, and
Roll initiative.
all of you see what you hadn't been able to see very well before as Eddie sprinted off towards this. Two large tusks rise up out of the ground following this crystalline shape. A large maw, jagged teeth, opens up and gnashes. Huge boulder-like arms covered in moss. Whatever this thing is has probably been sitting still for a long time. And it looks at you and it just roars. And it starts just with a hand coming down right at you, Eddie. I need everyone to roll initiative.
Run!
Run.
Initiative. Okay.
Everyone needs to roll initiative. We are getting into this. Boyos.
Here we are.
You dodged one bit of combat. You ain't dodging this one, fuckers.
Oh, great.
Oh fuck! Here we
Oh
go.
my
Yeah.
god.
Oh, go nice.
All right, let's
Okay. Here we
get
go.
all of you over
I think my roll
here.
makes sense.
Oh no.
Ooh, that's,
Yeah.
That's an ugly looking thing.
Yeah.
That's an ugly mug.
What's up, Pat?
Oh wait, did you put a? Oh that. Oh.
It's a 7.
It's a 7. Alrighty, trying to get everything
Which
situated on the
mode's here
screen
for a
there.
second. Yeah.
Oh, that thing looks gnarly, bro.
Okay.
I see nothing.
Alright, so let's see. Eddie got a 7. Inari, what'd you roll?
18.
18. And I know I'm doing this a little out of the normal, but it makes it a lot easier doing it for this particular program. Cashew, what'd you roll?
8.
8. Oof.
Oof.
My guy.
There's-
My guy
also
over
got an
here.
eight.
There's the hubris.
Yeah, I got an 8
Raytheon.
as well.
Yo, you.
That is a 19 with my
Heck yeah,
advantage roll
bud.
initiative.
Trick, you got 8.
Yeah. Roll
Oh
back.
no.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit, bro.
That's not great.
Let's hope this motherfucker rolled a 2.
He did not.
No.
But given that laugh, he did not.
That was the cackle of death coming.
I don't know.
Death approaches.
I don't know what you're talking about. None whatsoever. All right. So as this creature stands up and begins flailing its fist at Eddie, top of the round, Raytheon, you're up. Inari, you're on deck. And while you guys just figure out what the hell you're doing, I'm gonna get us some appropriate music.
There
What
we
is
go.
going on? I cannot see. Okay.
Bro, why you're upside down? Who's that that's turned upside down?
Oh,
That's me.
I think
Okay.
How do you even do that?
If you have your thing selected and use the mouse wheel, you can spin them around.
Oh, I see.
Let's go one more closer to get my full 30.
Sorry.
You guys haven't seen me do this before, so what I do is, as the blade is presented, I slap the base of the tang, and you hear this harmonious note come out of it as I enter my blade song.
What?
Okay.
That is my bonus action. My armor class is now 23.
Fucking filthy.
Oh, it can get worse than that. You know it can.
I am well aware. Let's get this turned up a little bit, shall we?
Okay, this thing is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 feet away from me. I can reach out and touch it.
You can reach out and touch it.
I want to touch it.
Oh, I'm going to touch it.
Show me on the doll where the elf touched you.
Okay, let's go with something simple to start the day. I'm going to go with a second level shatter on its position.
Okay.
And if it's made of... No, not Mind Spike. Get out of here. If it has stone, crystal, or metal, it has disadvantage on the saving throw. That's a 17 for Constitution.
Yeah, because I need disadvantage. Me, of all
Listen.
people.
Yeah.
Nick, if there's one
Not
thing you
my
need to
fault.
learn about me, dice hate me.
They do.
I don't need. I already knew that.
Oh, well.
Yeah, you know.
What was the save?
17.
Of dexterity?
Con.
Constitution. It's 13.
Take full damage. That is 16 points of thunder damage.
Nice.
And that is my action and bonus action, sir. That is all I will do.
You don't want to do any movement? You're going to stay put?
I moved already 30 feet closer. Already moved.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I must
Did
have
you-
missed
Did you see my guy?
that. I do see your dude. I don't remember seeing him move. So that was...
Yeah, he was 30 feet back in the spot where Trick is now.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Okay.
okay, cool.
Must have missed that. It's all good. All right. Inari, you're up. Cashew, you're on deck.
I'm gonna.
Are you still riding my shoulder or no?
No, she got off right as you were like going forward to say no. She got off and went to human form.
Okay, okay.
So she lady again. She's gonna go behind this rock, and cast mage armor on herself.
Okay. Alrighty. Is that going to do it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. That brings us to the creature's turn. You definitely took a decent amount of rocks off of its lower leg with your shatter, and thankfully with the size of the creature, it's not that difficult to hit it with the spell and not hit Eddie at the same time. But it is going to take one step forward.
Wait, where's Eddie at?
Right in front of it.
Right up against it.
Okay, because I'm still showing Eddie back there with the group.
Hit Control R, refresh the page for me.
Yeah,
Sometimes
that's
the VTT can get a little bit behind.
Okay. Because I was like, I thought, I don't, what's happening?
Okay. Is it in range? It is. Okay. As it steps up to Eddie, what do I want to do? It's going to make 2 attacks against you with its fists. Whoop. That's a
There we go.
That's a natural 1, so that completely and totally misses. However, the other one is 24 to hit.
I'm gonna use silvery barbs as a reaction.
Yes!
Nice.
Imagine. Do you know how silvery barbs works, Ian?
If by my face you mean do I know how it works? Yes. Yes, I do. Fuck. That's going to be a 18?
Oh yeah, no, in 18 hits.
I get to
Yeah,
do some
for sure.
damage. Is this what this
Ian,
is?
you don't know how bad I want to silvery barbs you right now.
Wait, you can do it again?
Yes.
It's my reaction.
Do it.
Oh my god,
Do
bro.
it.
I'm gonna cast silvery barbs as my reaction.
It was a natural 1.
Yes!
Wow.
You
Wow.
guys
You got
suck.
two natural ones, bro.
No. It was 2 natural 1s and a 19.
That's what I'm saying.
Amazing.
So, Eddie and Raytheon, who were you giving advantage to with your silvery barbs?
I'm giving my advantage to Eddie.
Okay. Eddie, who do you want to give your advantage to? Because you can't double advantage yourself.
Oh, I was about to say me, but no. I would say who's closest? Probably Raytheon.
Actually, you need to be within
Gotta be
a
within
certain
60 feet.
You're within 60
Yeah,
feet
then it
of... yeah, you're in range of him.
Then it would be Raytheon, yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Describe how that works, DM.
Oh, so it, it raises up both of its fists, and as it's coming down, both of you kind of panic. Raytheon, you would point your saber at him. Eddie, you would just give one big strum of your guitar, and both fists come down, and Eddie disappears in a cloud of dust. And as the dust settles, he's standing there with the fists on either side of him, just kind of like holding his guitar straight up, as vertical as humanly possible. Just like, whoo! And then it's gonna try
Give
to
the Rambo thumbs
then it's
up
gonna
from
try
you.
to bite you.
Nice.
Crunch.
That's a natural 19 plus a million. So that would
I can't help you here, buddy.
That would be 32 to hit.
Ooh.
Yeah. Jeez. Holy shit. Yes.
Okay. Woo. That's going to be 20 points of piercing damage. As with both fists down, you look up at it, and it just leans its head down and just chomps down, just and just latches right onto your shoulder and rips a good chunk of flesh off of you.
Jesus. Yeah. All right. How much damage did you say?
20. 20.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Well, as it is making a snack out of Eddie, Cashew, you're up. Trick, you're on deck.
Okay. So there's a lot of words because Blood Hunter.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to, where the yuck am I?
You were down here.
How far is that? Ooh, I need
That-
to move up. I'm moving up 30 feet. And am I within 30? Yeah. Perfect.
He's a bigot.
He's pretty big. As a bonus action, I can inflict this curse on a creature within 30 feet of me until the end of your next turn. Charisma checks against this cursed creature have advantage. I'm doing Blood Curse of the Anxious.
Ooh, very nice.
Okay. Alrighty. So that was your movement and bonus?
Correct.
Anything for your action.
I'm a melee dude, so I can't do nothing.
You got a bow
So-
or anything?
Nope.
Well, piss.
Fortunately. I could throw a rock. That might
Dude,
heal him
fucking
though.
throw a rock.
Blood rock.
Blood rock.
Blood rock.
Blood Rider rock and throw it at him.
Ain't got
mean-
time to bleed.
Can a rock be considered a simple weapon?
It's used in a sling.
I would say that you could
Yeah.
do like an improvised range attack where you just chuck a rock at it.
I get it.
Sure.
Roll a d20, add your dexterity.
Okay.
Blink.
18 plus wherever dexterity is 4.
That hits.
Oh, hell yeah. What is
Dude,
rock damage?
fuck.
I would say bludgeoning.
What die?
Hmm?
Oh, unarmored, right? Like, what are you classifying
shit,
this
I'm sorry.
as?
Damage dice.
Yeah, all the damage. Let me see. Yeah, it'd be like 1d8, I suppose. Why
1d8?
not? Actually,
Hey.
wait a minute. Yeah, so you throw the rock. Sorry, what was the damage? I got excited.
8.
8. You run up, casting your mark, your curse, and you're a little far away. And as you're going, you just scoop up a rock and you chuck it. And as it's sailing through the air, just this baseball-sized rock, and you see it hit the eyeball and bounces off, and the eyelid shuts, and the head kind of like shakes around and just. With that being said, it's on to Trick. It's your turn, Eddie. You're on
Perfect.
deck.
That's good. Okay, let me double check my measurement real quick. There we go. Okay, so as Trick kind of runs to his left and cuts to that area, the little like his hands start to kind of trickle and like purple and light kind of start to pull from his fingertips. He turns and throws psychic blades. I'm gonna do 2 psychic blade attacks.
All right.
So that is going to be, let's see, a 15 to hit on the first psychic blade.
15 unfortunately does not hit.
And the next one is going to be a, what's 2 more than that? That's also a 15 to hit. Damn.
All right.
So yeah, no hits.
Unfortunately, yeah, those don't quite hit. You're strafing off to the side, and you're throwing your daggers, but your teammate's right there. And though you've only known him for a few days, you kind of like the way he plays his instrument real good, so you don't really want to hit him by accident. As this is a bigger creature, but it is kind of hunkered down right over top of him. You're throwing your daggers, and one misses, and one hit the boulder on the shoulder and just kind of glances off and reappears back in your hands. Any bonus actions you want to do?
No, I actually think that's it.
Okay. That brings us to Eddie. Raytheon, you're on deck.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to cast Rolathem's Psychic Lance, which is, let's see, I'm learning all this shit. You unleash a shimmering lance from your forehead at a creature you can see within range. If the becomes a spell target, if the name anticipates for that effect. Yeah, so 7d. You must make an intelligence saving throw of 16. 7d6 psychic damage. And I'm gonna upcast it to 5th level, so it's 8d6.
Okay, Cashew, which stat did your thing affect again?
Charisma.
Charisma, okay, so not intelligence.
Yes, yeah.
Okay. That would be a 13.
Yeah, didn't make it.
All right.
So
Roll
8d6.
that dabblage.
Roll that fucking damage.
I'm gonna roll it on what you call it?
D&D Beyond.
Let's see, yeah,
That's fine. You can just
D&D
click the
Beyond.
little thing that says 7 or 8d6.
8. So 8d6. Roll. It's gonna be kind of low. 29 damage.
Hey, damage is damage.
Damage is damage.
Better
While
than
this
throwing a
thing-
rock at him.
While this thing is right in your face, it's not that difficult to miss, and you're able to look right in its eye to cast this spell, and you see the massive eyeball just blinking, and it's shaking its head and snarling. You're expecting there to be like spittle as much as it's roaring at you, but it's just kind of weirdly hot breath that does not smell very. It smells kind of moldy versus like
Yeah.
halitosis or anything like that. Very,
Mushrooms.
very moldy earth kind of smell.
Yeah.
Is there anything else you would like to do?
Yeah. Because of hold on, where is it? I have Mantle of Majesty, and once prolonged rest, I can cast command without expending a spell slot. So the question is, hold on. I'm wondering if there's any limitations to this spell, whether they're like undead or something.
Well, it is a bonus action. So
What does that mean?
Well, just making sure what you would need to do to cast this, and since you used your action, I wanted to make sure that it wasn't also an action. So, as a
No,
bonus
it's
action,
a bonus action. Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, so unfortunately, with it being a spell, you've already used your action to cast a spell. So unfortunately, at this point in time, I'm not going to allow it, just because you are taking more of your time to cast a spell as an action versus being. Because if you cast a spell as an action, you cannot cast another spell as a bonus action unless it's a cantrip. And since command is not a cantrip,
I had no idea. Cool. All right. Well, I learned something.
Yeah.
Even if the first one's instantaneous and the next one's concentration,
it's still
It's
still
action
having,
economy.
Yeah, you're still having to strum the chords, say the magic spell, and have it activate. It is taking time, and command takes time, and you can't really like split your focus between spells like that, just thematically, and as the rules are.
Yeah,
But
generally
still-
2 spells in a turn is hard to do.
cool. Okay.
Yeah, which is generally why cantrips are allowed with bonus actions, because cantrips are like just, you don't even have to think, you just know, click the pen, there it is. They're very second nature. But since this is a bigger spell to cast, that's why it's not particularly allowed at this point in time.
Can I use Bardic Inspiration then?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so every creature within 60 feet. How many creatures is that? Let's see, is that?
Oh, you're wanting to do Mantle of Inspiration.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that everybody?
Yeah, you can hit everyone.
Yeah, I think that's everybody.
Well, no, I don't want to get. See. Within 60 feet, they can hear you. Oh, a creature. Damn it. All right.
Well, are you using
Who
Mantle
needs
of
an
Inspiration, or
inspiration
what are you doing Bardic Inspiration for?
I was trying to just use Bardic Inspiration, but I realized now it's just for one person at a time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna still grant 11 temporary HP to everybody. I think that would
Okay.
be good.
All right. So everyone adds 11
Thank you.
temp hit points.
Yeah.
You said 11?
11 hit points.
That's fucking dope.
That is dope.
Thank you.
So you hear a very shrill guitar lick that makes the creature roar loudly, and as he's roaring, you hear that same riff comes through, and you all feel bolstered and a little bit more hardy. All right, that brings us to the top of the round with Raytheon and Ari. You're on deck.
I will use my movement to get.
So what does Bardic Inspiration give us? Do I just need to look that up?
Well, so this
I gave you
wasn't Bardic
11
Inspiration
HP
at the
temporary.
moment.
Okay, so it's
This-
just 11 HP.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
This
Making
is
sure
a
there wasn't
special
anything
thing.
else. Yeah.
Yes. This was
Mantle of
this was
Inspiration.
Mantle of Inspiration. Normal Bardic Inspiration would give you like I think it's a D10 at this level.
Gotcha. Okay.
But this particular usage of it is just giving everybody temporary hit points.
Very cool. Got it.
Yeah.
I go up behind Eddie. I grab him by the shoulder, and I yell in Elven, "Voss!" And I cast Thunderstep.
You
Oh shit! What is that?
bastard.
Cool.
So,
What is that, bro?
so basically a lightning bolt comes down and grabs you and me, and we teleport 90 feet.
Oh shit, dude!
We're gonna go.
Ah!
I don't know how to do the AoE click thing, but we're gonna go back here behind this rock. Can anybody see my cursor?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go like right
Yeah,
there.
we're gonna go back here. Yep.
Okay.
And unfortunately, I go with him when that happens.
Oops.
Oh, I gotta do that. Wait. Hold on. It's not right click. I literally practiced this earlier.
No, it's all good. I
Oh,
got
I was
you. I'll move you along.
selecting the wrong thing.
Yeah, you select on your box thing and then move them.
Yep.
And I need you to make another Constitution saving throw, DM.
Yep. That would be a 17.
You just meet.
Dude, there's an attack component to that as well? Jeez.
Yep. And it's a good thing you did succeed, because I got 24 points of damage, so 12.
Oh,
Well, is the creature made of stone?
maybe.
Maybe, possibly.
Never mind. Doesn't work the same way as shatter. You're good.
Nice.
I thought it would because it's thunder damage, but
One would think.
apparently not. So that took me 25 feet to move up there. I teleported 90 feet, did some damage. So now I'm going to use my other 5 feet of movement. Go here.
5 whole feet.
Okay. That brings us to Inari. Cashew, you're on deck. Unless there was a bonus action you wanted to do, sir.
Nothing for right now. I've still got my blade song going, so I'm good. I'll haste myself next round.
Carry on, madam.
I would like to cast my cantrip Sacred Flame.
Mm-hmm.
Sacred Flame.
And bonk him. With the Sacred Flame.
You're going to bonk him? That's rude.
3d8. Wait, he has to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yes.
Sorry, my brain went dumb for a
Nope,
second.
you're good. That was a natural 20.
He succeeds. He still takes half damage though, right?
If it's a cantrip, no.
Heck.
You have to have a certain feat for your cantrips to still give half damage.
Well, anyway, for bonus action, I'm going to cast Spiritual Weapon at 6th level.
6th level.
Yeah.
God damn!
Inari's not fucking around!
I like it.
I'm gonna
Hold,
drop
please.
this holy ass hammer on your wife ass.
Where
Okay,
did I put it?
Well, Knife Boy appreciates it.
I want to drop it right there.
Skadoosh.
And that it gets to attack the same turn that I manifested, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's gonna do the big bonkening.
Roll to hit.
Roll the hit. You. Uh, 19 to hit.
Oh, you bitch. It hits.
Fuck yeah!
Oh, no.
It is
Oh,
that
yeah.
force damage.
No.
A bonus
my
action.
monster.
Heck your monster.
Oh wow.
16. No, 20 points of force damage.
Damn.
Nice.
Bonk.
All right.
The
so
bonkening.
Heck a bonk.
this large, brightly colored, sort of see-through hammer comes into existence, has these pretty little tassels and feathers coming off of it. You see Inari just speaking in a language I don't know that any of you would understand, and she kind of points, it appears, and it just cracks it against the side of the knee. And as it was kind of starting to get up, as Eddie and Raytheon just bamfed out of existence, it comes up and immediately goes right back down to a knee with a thunderous roar. And it looks down at the thing, but there's juicier targets out in the distance that it wants.
I ain't juicy.
So you do still have movement. I'm assuming you're staying put.
I'm gonna move right there.
Okay. It is the creature's turn. And it is going
Fuck!
to thump forward the closest thing it can see. Actually, how much movement does this fucker get? I don't remember. Not that
2 feet.
much.
2 feet.
It's
It
going
takes
to
a step
move
and it stops.
right. Yeah, it's going to move right there. It's going to look around the battlefield, see where Inari darted off to as it got that little... You can see that your spell did hit it, but it kind of did like... and like burned some of its moss, and now it's mad. But it's going to look around, look at the boulders that are scattered. It's going to drum on its chest and let out this loud roar. Inari, the boulder right beside you begins to shift and move.
Fuck.
No!
Okay.
As
Sorry, Eddie.
the surface of it begins to crack and shift, and an arm appears and it thumps down, and it seems to just sort of unfurl from itself and rises up.
The fuck?
Damn it.
Ah, shit, fuck. Ah, shit, fuck.
Two of the boulders in the field stand up and look around and begin to sort of assess the current situation. However, that is all that it is able to do. So that brings us to Cashew. Trick, you're on deck.
All right. So
Run, little buddy.
I realized that I did have a crossbow, but I did not equip it. So, oops.
Ah, you foolish fool who fooled around foolishly.
That's
Anyway,
fools and flagons.
it is within beaten distance, so I'm going
What'd you reach?
to. Well, I mean,
I'm just checking.
neat. There.
Me.
I'm going to Hulk out, so I grow a little bit more swole and scraggly looking.
Oh, hell yeah.
And I get a. Yes, I do get a. Yeah, okay, cool. Hybrid form, that is a bonus action. So with that, my action, I have 2 attacks per action. I'm going to use my sickle to smash into it.
Ooh, okay. Go ahead and roll for an attack.
12 plus 3 probably does not hit. 15.
Unfortunately, that does not hit. You go to swing your weapon. Sorry. And
Bless.
it hits the hard stone of its body and just clangs right off.
Then second attack, I'm going to use my fist because that has a +10 to it. So hopefully that's better. That was better. 22 to hit.
22 hits.
Hell yeah. That is 1d8 plus 6. I'm just digital. 9 damage.
9 damage. Damage is damage. So the weapon glances off, but your hulked out hand just comes in. Your claws get caught for a second, but you grab down and you pull and you just rip a chunk of its stony flesh off and just throw it down to the side. Is there anything else you would like to do, sir?
That was action, bonus action. If I move, I'll be opportunity of attack. So nope.
Well, with the method of movement, you could theoretically stay within its melee range if you wanted to get around behind it or anything. Just saying that is an option without triggering opportunity.
I will get around behind it. So I moved 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okay. That brings us to Trick. Eddie, you're on deck.
Okay, I cast. So as I see this all unfolding, I throw my hood off my head and shake, and you see kind of a little bit of a flex. As I do so, these kind of ridges start to appear over my nose and across my forehead, and my ridge kind of starts to form. I get a little bit more, you might say raptor-like. Some scales kind of form on the edges of my features. I shift into bestial form, so I add an extra 14 HP to my temporary health points. I think. Yeah.
No. So when
I don't know.
you can't add temporary hit points.
Well, yeah,
you-
it
you
just
could-
makes them 14, right?
right. You would replace them.
Yeah.
The ones that you
Yeah,
were given by
yeah.
Eddie.
And I also get a whole lot faster and other fun things. So I'm going to move. Let's see.
You did also hear the boulder behind you start to crumble and crack and groan and rise up.
Oh yeah, for sure.
just
I'm
making sure.
running away
It's like,
from that fish.
I'm leaving.
I'm done.
So I'm getting up next to our friend up here. And I'm going to attack with my Psychic Blades. To the first hit. That is a 24 to hit.
24 hits.
And that is going to be...
Keeping in mind that with Cashew being within 5 feet, you will get sneak attack damage from this.
Yep, so I'll just roll my 1d6 along with that.
Wait, he's within 5 feet, even though this thing is like 30 feet big?
It's not advantage.
It's my
sneak attack.
teammate is within 5 feet. Yeah. So that is 1, 4, 7, 8, plus an additional 6. So 14 damage on the first Psychic Blade attack. And I'm gonna use my... Oh no, I already used my bonus action. Sorry, to shift. That was my action, bonus action. And that is all I'm gonna do right now.
Okay, so your psychic dagger damage was what again? Just 14?
Yes. It was 8 plus 6, 14.
So are you gonna do your sneak attack damage or?
Wait, did I roll d4s instead of d6s? I did roll d4s and d6 instead of d6s. I did not roll the correct dice for damage, so that's stupid.
Okay, so I'll add the 14 back. So you can get the right. I thought, like, there's no way that you got just that with 6d6.
Yeah, I read that as d4s for some reason.
That felt wrong.
I was like, damn, that's some low rolls right there.
Yeah.
I know, right? I was like, wait a second. Okay. All right, cool. So now that's... I am missing something here. I think it's still like... That's 8 plus... Yeah, that's 12 damage.
You need to roll your sneak attack dice.
Which is 66, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So the 12 damage...
So it
It's
was
just your base
actually-
weapon.
Yeah.
12 damage is base weapon plus 5, 10, 15, 17, 21, 25. There we go.
That's what
That's better.
That's more like
It's like there's no way you're a level 12 rogue dealing 14 damage with sneak
Yeah, I was like,
attack.
what am I
That's
doing
not
wrong? It was
possible.
14 plus 25. There we go.
Okay, that feels better.
Yeah.
I mean, no, it doesn't. I'm getting hurt.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Too bad, so say it.
Okay, does that do it for you, Trick?
It does.
Okay, Eddie, it's your turn. Raytheon, you're on deck.
Out of game, if I cast something on a creature that is 15 square feet, or I don't know how that would 15 times 15, but like if it's that big, and I have a spell that affects anything within 5 feet of it, can I choose a spot on it, or is it like?
Which spell are you looking to cast here?
I want to use Call Lightning.
Oh, yeah. So Call Lightning is a 60-foot radius sphere. It's fucking massive. And you pick a point that lightning bolt strikes, and anything in that area gets hit. So you can absolutely just have it target like just the footsie of the big dude or one of the little guys, and it won't hit Inari, it won't hit Trick or Cashew unless you put that location on them.
I want to hit him in his rock penis.
All right.
Yeah, with Call Lightning. So that's it's a dex save of 16 for you.
Let me make sure I have the right radius for Call Lightning.
60 foot radius.
Yeah. Okay.
At the start of my turn, his curse wore off.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So that goes away. Eddie, anywhere in that blue that you want to target with Call Lightning from here on out, it's fair game.
Beautiful.
So
Beautiful.
you're hitting the big dude, and it was a dexterity.
Yeah, 16, and I'm gonna upcast it one level to 4th. So it's I'll do 4d10s if this hits right.
Okay, so from here on out, just remember you're not recasting it each time. You're continuing with the 4th level spell slot with this.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You can just activate it on your turn as your action.
And it's not taking a spell slot?
Well, so the spell slot was to cast Call Lightning. That's the spell
That's
slot done. You're
bonkers.
now concentrating on this. So on your next turn, you can do another action so long as it's not also a concentration. And any time until you lose concentration or the spell ends, you can just go, fuck that guy, Zeus. So he
Dean, what's
rolled a
the weather-
4.
Oh, shit.
So
What's the weather like?
Unfortunately, it is still a bright, sunny, clear day.
Boo.
No additionals. Okay.
No additional
Oh,
damage.
dude, but I rolled 33. 33 is pretty good.
Oh,
Yeah.
Ouchies.
So
Spicy.
yeah, Cashew and Trick, you're attacking it on the one side. You're side to side, trying to avoid its arm, and you just hear this thunderous boom from the other side, and you feel the ground underneath you vibrating as this massive thunderbolt just strikes down. Where it was a bright, sunny, clear day, now there's patches of dark clouds just hovering right over the area where you're at. So that was your action. Do you want
Yep.
to stay put?
Absolutely.
Okay. No bonus actions?
Not that I would like to use right now, no.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is going to bring us to the stone creatures. The one that was further away.
I thought I was on deck.
You are, but they rolled higher in the initiative. So you're on
Oh.
you're on deck player wise.
Got it. Got it.
5, 10, 15. That's all that it can do. Inari, you, as this thing comes up, you let out an unintentional little eep, and it is going to take a swing at you. Maybe
Oh,
not.
God.
That's going to be. I told you, man. My rolls suck. 15.
That hits.
Yes. I mean, sorry. Let's
Hey,
see.
Ian. Silvery barbs.
Thank you.
If you didn't do it, I was gonna do it, dude. You got
16.
2 characters with silver. Oh,
hits.
piss! Silvery barbs. You're not gonna hit my little
15.
fox. Ah, fuck!
Still hits.
I do believe that you still get to give advantage to people with the spells, though, right?
Yes. As long as they're within 60 feet. And I'm assuming I'm
So I-
going to give my advantage to Inari.
Ooh.
Okay. Let me just give that a mark real quick. It says flying, but ignore that. And Eddie, who are you giving your advantage to?
I'm gonna give my advantage to Trick.
It'll be close.
Yeah.
Oh,
he's
yeah.
just in range.
It's right. It should be right on. I was gonna
I
say.
honestly didn't think it was gonna reach.
Just there. Ah,
Well done.
well done.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, rogue with advantage. Let's go.
So, the creature does 14 points of bludgeoning damage as it just rears its
Ow.
hand back and just bitch slaps you with the back of its hand. But that is all that it's really going to do. It can't do much. It's kind of just a minion. Raytheon, you're up. Inari, you're on deck.
That's my action. I'm going to cast haste on myself,
Okay.
which brings my armor class up to 25.
Jeez.
I now have double my movement speed. Advantage on acrobatics checks and saving throws for dex.
And your movement speed is doubled.
Yep. And I'm going to move towards the little golem that is attacking Inari. And I'm going to use my hasted action to make a sword stab. And I'll get behind it to try and get an advantageous striking position.
Would it be also flanking?
It will, yes. Yep, he's flanking. It's all part of Inari's plan. She knew that rock was going to be there.
Does a dirty 20 hit the creature?
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
I don't know, man. It's made of rocks.
No. It's a good question.
That is going to be 8 points of piercing damage with the Rapier of Warning.
All right.
And I'm going to fuck it up next turn if you don't fuck me up. So we'll see.
Challenge accepted. Inari, it is your turn. Cashew, you're on deck.
For my action, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
And since I'm invisible, if I move away, it won't get opportunity to attack because it no longer sees me, right?
It can try to, but it would be at disadvantage.
I'm
And we know how well that works for me.
gonna go over here.
Yeah, you move.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then for bonus action, I'm gonna tell my spiritual weapon to move 15 feet over here
Bonk.
and give a bonkening.
It's flanking.
Wait, I got advantage then, right?
Yep.
Fuck yeah, pod. Does a 22 hit?
22 hits.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, maybe this should have been alcohol.
Kirsten loaded me up with alcohol in my coffee. I didn't even know it was there.
You got spiked by your wife.
He
Reliable.
fucking spiked me.
How much damage?
18 points of force damage.
And you are rolling the damage of the upcast spell, correct?
Yes.
Oh, just checking. How much was it again?
14. 18.
18.
Okay, sorry. Just wanted to make sure that you were doing all the damage that you could.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ian.
Dying.
Yeah,
That's my turn.
you remember bringing it to its knee, and you're like, "Fuck that knee," and you just again. All right, it is the creature's turn, and seeing as it is assailed on all sides, the things that are further away are no longer of consequence to it, and it is going to start swinging madly at the two that are right behind it. So, we're going to do a slam attack on Cashew and a slam attack on Trick. So let's see what happens here. That will be a 27 on Cashew.
Yep.
And a 25 on Trick.
I'm gonna use Uncanny Dodge.
That will have the damage dealt.
And there's something else I have, but I will have to read that again.
What's up, Cashew?
Never mind.
Never minding. You're messing with the big boys now.
Oh, no. He's got the click clacks.
I got the clackers. Okay, so for Cashew, that's going to be 27 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh.
I am resistant to bludgeoning.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that
Hell
brings
yeah.
it down to 13.
All right. I wasn't using those temp HP.
You are
You're
knocked
welcome.
back 10 feet,
Ooh.
Yep.
and you are knocked prone
Ooh.
Radical. Hate
as
that.
it just hammers into you. For Trick, we have 17 points halved because of uncanny, so 8 points of bludgeoning damage. You're also
Okay.
knocked back 10 feet and knocked prone.
Got it.
And since it knocked both of you out of the way,
It swings wildly on the spiritual weapon.
oh, it's cocked. How can you? So I'll show you that dice later because there's no way that that should have been cocked. Okay, so it's going to thump towards Trick, and it is going to make a bite attack on you as you are on the ground. And since you are prone, it gets advantage.
Does spiritual weapon get attack of opportunity?
No.
Okay.
That is a natural 20
Ooh.
I can't take that away.
To hit me?
to hit you.
That's bad, yeah.
Well,
Because shield won't fix that, will it?
you've had your turn, and you didn't use your reaction yet, did you?
Yeah. No, I haven't used
sorry.
my reaction
this was
yet.
this was directed at Raytheon. Sorry.
Do you do it after the character's turn?
Yeah, your reactions refresh.
Oh, I'm
your-
silvery barbie's that motherfucker.
Oh, gotcha.
Have we've restarted the turn order. I can't talk.
So the way that I play is your reactions reset after your turn.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Be with your
dude.
fucking silvery barbs.
I give my advantage.
16.
I give my advantage to Trick.
16.
16, Gabe.
16?
Sorry, does 16 hit?
Yes, but I'm gonna use shield as my reaction and not make it hit.
Hells yeah.
Thank you, shield ring.
You're welcome.
Cashew, it's your turn. Cashew, it's your turn. Trick, you are on deck. So,
All right. Gonna
Copy.
use half my movement to get up, and then gonna use the rest of my half of my movement to get back on it.
Go and get up in there.
And then I'm going to punch it using. Actually, I'm going to. Don't do this at home. I'm going to slice my hand, and that'll be 1d8 necrotic. That will not be able to be. Whatever.
mitigated. Also, because Trick is prone, he won't give you an advantage, even if you were flanking.
All right, so my fist is now covered in ice because I have a where was its features and traits? It's not a blood curse. It's a crimson rite, rite of the frozen.
Yeah.
So punch it. I will add a 1d. Does it add a 1d8? I think
It'll
does.
add your elemental damage on top of your roll damage.
Yes.
Okay. So, what is that? 1d8.
Well,
Oh wait, I have to
I
roll
was
the
gonna
hit.
say you got to roll the hit first. Come on, man, give me a chance.
Oh, dude, he clearly hits.
Yeah, I clearly hit 12 plus 10. 22.
Yeah, that hits.
So, yeah, I told you. I knew he was going to hit.
All right. 7 plus 6 is
13.
13. And then where's the cold damage? Where did I find that?
Should be your right damage dice.
So you roll 1d8.
Oh, another 1d8?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, all right. Hey, 8. So cold. 8 cold, so
21 total.
21. There you go.
21.
That was just one attack. I'm
Fuck him up.
I'm technically dual wielding, so I'm just gonna bonk it with a sickle.
Bonk. The bonkening.
I do not bonk it with a sickle.
What'd you roll?
2 plus 3.
Yeah, no, that doesn't hit. You're getting really confident because your hand is really doing some work, just ripping off the rocky flesh and just throwing it over your shoulder. But every time that sickle goes in to try to hit, it just ping and skitters and just slides straight off, making a nice, pretty shower of sparks. All right, if that is it for your turn, we'll move on to Trick. Eddie, you're on deck.
Okay, so Trick turns and pulls both psychic blades pop out of his hands again. The first one's just going to be a standard psychic
I'm assuming you're going to
attack.
stand up from prone.
Yes, and that's
Okay.
going to take, what, half my movement?
Half your movement.
Got it.
And you do have advantage from the silvery barbs on your first attack.
Sweet. Well, that's an 18 to hit, so I'll just roll it just in case of an at 20. Okay, so 18 plus 4, so 22 to hit him
That hits.
with my regular. So that's going to be 1d6 for regular damage, so that's 2, and then 66. So 5, 6, 11, 13, oh shit, 14, 15. That's low. 17. So 17 total damage with that attack.
Alrighty. Not
And then I'm going to
bad.
use my bonus action. I'm going to use psychic teleportation. So I use my second knife, and instead of stabbing the creature with it, I move. I throw my left hand dagger, like psychic dagger, up this hill. I rolled a 7 on my 1d10, so that gives me 70 feet of teleportation movement. So I teleport to up here. So I'm just gonna move to a safe distance up here now, and that is going to be my turn.
Nice. I'm gonna have to.
Psychic teleportation's fun, especially when you get 70 feet. Jeez. I didn't even want that much.
I don't know my own strength. Yeet.
Or have it and not need it.
This bitch empty. Yeet.
All right. That brings us to Eddie. Raytheon, you're on deck.
I'm going to give Bardic Inspiration bonus action first. Bardic Inspiration to Cashew. Here's a little bonus action, some stuff for you. Bardic Inspiration, don't die. Okay, and then we're gonna go on to
So you will
my
need to
attack.
You will need to move a little bit. You're just out of range of Cashew.
Oh fuck!
Yeah.
Thank
You're
you.
about 65 feet away.
Just boop.
Hold on.
Yeah. Very very easy to do, but just for economy wise.
Is that good enough? Yeah.
Yeah.
cool.
No, that's perfect. So you moved half your movement to get there to get him in range. Did that awesome little ditty. So Cashew, you can add a 1d10 to your next d20 roll.
Yeah, I have a feeling you're about to get attacked, so use that how you like it. Now, as far as this giant thundercloud that's above us, do I have to, if I'm not using a spell slot, because I cast it at what, 5th level? Do I need to, if I want to cast it at 6th level, I have to use the 6th level spell slot, right?
Correct.
Or does it? Okay.
Yeah.
Just drop your lightning bombs.
Yeah, just keep going.
Just just activate it.
I would not waste the
Yeah.
spell slot. I would keep using what you already have active.
Oh, it's more damage, but okay. Then yeah, we're gonna do 40 tens. I'll just do it at 4th level.
You're hitting
So
the big dude again?
Yep.
Okay. And I need
Well,
to
now
make-
you don't have to cast that spell. Just so you know, you've already got it up.
Yeah, it's continuous.
I mean, there's nothing I'd rather do right now than like.
Right.
Yeah.
Sorry, we're more making sure that you're not using another spell slot to do this.
Understood. So I should have just. I see what I should have done now. I learned my lesson. So yeah, 40-10, and that was. Did you see the damage on that? What was the
Well, I
last?
need to do a dexterity save.
Yep. Sorry.
No, you're good. Because let's be honest, it's gonna hit with a 9.
Jeez, man. You guys act like this is normal. When I play, when Gabe is the DM, he rolls 20s on everything. So like, this is refreshing. I'll say that. It's refreshing.
When
Happy to make it enjoyable
rolling
for
in
you.
hard mode.
So I believe I saw 32.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah. Ooh, that's not the right number. Another bolt comes down with an epic shred on the guitar, and it cracks down, and you see part of its arm just completely shaves off, and it's kind of hanging limp at its side. It's not looking good.
You guys hear me from next to that rock go, hell yeah!
Oh, yeah.
I love it.
All right, so that was 15 feet of movement, action, bonus action. Anything else?
Yep, I'm done. No, I'm
okay,
done. I'm done.
Cool. That brings us to the Rocky Boys.
Hit me.
This one, having lost its initial target, it's going to... Is it going to move? Okay. 5, 10, 15. It's going to start thumping its way towards the epic shredding Dragonborn. And yeah, the other one is going to make a swing hopefully at Raytheon. That's going to be a 19.
Misses.
Okay. So
What? Okay.
as he's standing there and this big lumbering arm comes down, to everyone else, it looks like it's thundering down real quick. To Raytheon, it's just
Scoot.
boom.
Why is everyone so slow?
You glance over your shoulder at Eddie, and he's just
Slaughtering pool.
all right. Unfortunately, that's all that they can do. So Raytheon, you're up. Inari, you're on deck.
This is death by cantrip. So, as a blade singer, I'm allowed to intermix my attacks with my cantrips and my attack action.
Yep.
And I have 3 attacks currently because of my hasted action.
You're
So, we're going to go with Green Flame Blade on all 3 strikes.
alrighty. That's gonna hurt a little bit.
I still have to hit you.
Come on.
Does a 22 hit?
22 hits.
Okay. So this is, I'm going to do a d8 separate for my blade damage. Oh, great. Nice. Fucking 1. We're going to go 5 points of piercing.
All right.
And then 12 points of fire.
Oh, ow, that hurts.
Mhm.
And then that is, does a 19 hit.
19 hits.
Okay.
I get something in my
Ooh.
eye, which is really cool.
That's 12 points of piercing.
That's a little better.
That is 12 points of fire.
You all just see Raytheon is just shredding bits of rock off of this guy.
Does a 15 hit.
Just misses.
No! Wait, don't I have advantage on an attack from a silvery barbs that I got earlier?
Yes. I don't know if you have to use that immediately, though.
Your call, DM.
Yeah, you didn't attack. You ran up there,
Grabbed him, portaled out.
stepped, bamfed out. Yeah, I would say you still have advantage.
All right, let's see what we got here. Does a 16 hit?
16 just hits.
Oh,
Hell yeah.
Meets
Oh,
a beats.
15 is the
oh,
not
okay,
good.
15. All right, that's 9 points of piercing. And 9 points of fire.
Wow, man.
All right. You
Jeez.
come right on up to this thing and you just start stabbing it, slashing. It was big and hulking, and now it looked like it skipped leg day and arm day. You have shaved a lot of mass off of this thing, and it just kind of has like spindly arms. It still looks like it's a bit of a threat, but it is so close. Like so close.
Let me see if I have any bonus action. I don't think so. I could cast Far Step, but that doesn't really help me here. Nah, I'm good. That's it.
Okay.
Bonus action, bird.
BAB, baby! Inari, it is your turn. Cashew, you're on deck.
Okay.
Bonk it. Kill it.
What you doing? Oh no.
Fireball, 5th level.
Hell yeah.
Ah!
Oh,
There it
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Dexterity saving throw time.
Fireball.
Da, da, da,
See.
da, da.
Dexterity
Well-
saving throws right. 9.
That's a 2 on big boy.
No.
Oh, shit!
And that is a 21 on the little
Okay,
Oh,
he passes.
Couldn't have been the other way around.
Okay. Addition.
Pretty sure
Do
the
the
red
math.
bird-
What level were you casting this at?
5th.
Oh, you dirty bitch.
Yeah.
Oh,
No, that's a lot.
holy smokes. Was that 10d6?
Yes.
Yeah.
20,
Oh,
You thought my
22,
66 was rough.
27,
oh God.
33.
I couldn't be more
34,
proud and also devastated at the same time.
Yep.
35 points of fire damage.
Yeah.
How do you want to do this?
Yes!
Oh,
All
yeah.
you see is just
Yeah, it's
Inari
good.
just like pop up, no longer invisible, holding arms out into the sky, and just big purple flaming ball of fire.
All right. So Inari scarpers away from the little dude that Raytheon is shaving pieces off of, and as she runs, she sees the perfect opportunity, raises a hand, just clenches it and brings it down. And from the other side of Eddie's storm clouds, you see this purple glow as this massive fireball just comes screaming down out of the sky and slams into the ground. It knocks the other one, just making it stumble, and its back is on fire. The big one that Cashew is squaring up with just erupts, just completely shatters it. The bones of its teeth and the tusks that made up its mouth go flying out into the debris on the other side of him. And Cashew, somehow you were able to just sidestep and block your face from the shower of just creature rubble that is cascading around you. You still have movement.
And I still have my bonus action.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still got
Barely
your
done
bonus
anything.
action.
Kill this one.
Gonna go
Yeah,
20
send
feet
the
over
bonk.
here. I
Whack-a-mole.
can't move
Oh,
it.
sorry. I didn't. That's my bad. I didn't give you control of the spiritual weapon.
It's okay.
That's my mistake.
Bonkening.
Okay.
Bonk.
You're not technically flanking, so it will just be a normal roll.
Don't I still have advantage for when someone gave me silvery barbs?
That is, you have advantage. The spiritual weapon
Okay.
itself does not.
That's fair.
It's kind of its weird, almost quasi-entity.
I mean, it can't be targeted, and it's still her spell, right?
It's not like Hamburger.
It can't be targeted by a creature.
The dice have decided. It's still a no. Just a regular
Does
roll.
a 21 hit?
That still fucking hits.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't fucking matter.
Doesn't matter.
14 points of force damage.
Oh, so close.
Are you serious?
The hammer comes in, and just like the big thing he was fighting, the hammer knows what the fuck to do, and it goes for the knee, and it fucking shatters it. And now you got fucking Peg Leg McGee's skinny arms kind of like... it is not looking good. It is very, very hurt. How it's staying together just is some miracle of arcane magic.
I still got my movement. I'm just gonna move over.
Just
Yeah.
a little much away. Okay.
Yeah. I'm done.
Cashew, it's your turn. Trick, you're on deck.
All right. So, seeing that my stupid sickle's being stupid, I'm just dropping it and using my crossbow, which I have. And I am going to cut a fingy on one of the arrows. So now it is a ice arrow.
Nice.
That
That's
is
cool.
a 20 to hit, not natural on this
which
guy.
one you're targeting? That guy. That hits.
Sweet.
Kill this fucking thing.
1d8 plus 4 plus the d8 for ice, right?
You don't need to. If you want to see how much you roll, you can. You
Do
don't need
it.
to.
Roll the dice.
Oh, that's an 8 plus 4.
Oh.
So, and then an additional 2. So.
You finished it off 3 times over.
Cool.
Put it out of its
Mm,
misery.
So from a distance, Raytheon, you hear this whizzing noise as Cashew's bolt, leaving a little trail of trickling ice cubes, just hits it right in the head, knocks it off, and it just falls into a crumble of shattered stone.
I'll give you the Rambo thumbs up.
Do are crossbows reloaded as a bonus action or anything, or is our crossbows just like
Let me look and
things?
see
'Cause
what kind you have.
it's just a light crossbow.
Ammunition and loading. With loading, I would probably say a bonus action to reload, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
I believe my bonus action was to cut my fingy. Oh,
Yeah.
I also need to roll a d8 for necrotic.
I think you're right because there is a skill for reloading without using an action. I believe.
Mhm.
Like there's a thing for that.
I think it's crossbow expert.
Yeah, there you go.
Mhm.
So it
Alright,
would be a bonus
then-
action to reload the next
Shoot him
round.
in melee.
I cannot do that, so I'm
You do have your movement.
going to. I have 30 feet. Pardon me, sir.
Excuse me.
I'm gonna
Pardon me,
go
there.
right here, just
Just
raging.
Give
burn.
one of his elbow joints a little. She passed by. All right, that brings us to Trick. Eddie, you're on deck.
Okay. I'm actually just gonna use my movement real quick and move to here, which is all my movement basically.
Okay.
That should give me at least a shot on the closest, or I think that should give me a shot within 60 feet, right? There we go.
Oh yeah, shoot your shot.
Yeah, it's 55, so it should be okay. Okay, so that is I'm just gonna throw a psychic knife. It is that's not a good one. Wait. That's a 15, but I'm going to use my psychic, what's it called? 1 second. I'm going to use homing strike. So if I make an attack roll with my psychic blades and miss the target, I can roll a 1d10 and add that to my roll, and that's now a 19 to hit.
That is so fucking cool. Yeah,
So-
that hits.
And so it is just a standard 1d6, I believe, to hit. And it's unless I have advantage, I don't get my sneak attack there. So that is
No.
just a 7 damage. And then I'm gonna do the same thing for my bonus attack, because why not at this point?
Okay.
Actually, you know what? No, I'm not. I'm gonna use my sonic teleportation again as my
Okay.
bonus action. That's 40 feet more of movement.
Okay.
Which should put me, there we go, quite a bit closer to the action.
Okay. So
There we go.
Cashew, as you're running to your next target, you see two little like shimmering purple blades go whizzing over your head, one of them striking it, and then as you're hoofing it, just Trick is there again. All right, Eddie, it's your turn. Raytheon, you're on deck.
I would love to strike this bitch with some lightning, so that's what I'm gonna do. I need a Dex 16 save from you, DM.
Smite it.
Smite! You got it?
Oh,
You
fuck.
rolled
You did not.
Amazing. Amazing.
Anyway, I'm tired of playing that. So I get to roll. It's what is that? Max damage 40 plus my roll.
Yes.
Fuck.
Oh, come on.
That's
Big roll.
Yeah.
big roll.
24. So 64 damage.
Oh,
How do you want to do this?
60.
Oh, dude.
Oh.
I mean, straight up, super simple. Like the cloud seems to like move just a little bit and concentrate over this one stone motherfucker, and then it just goes whoosh, and like within a flash, he just explodes into like powder.
The most epic solo you have ever heard coming from this mystical instrument that none of you have ever fucking seen before. It's just echoing through this little area, and the biggest bolt of lightning you've ever seen comes down, just smashes right into this thing that has been lumbering oh so slowly across the battlefield, having done fuck all, mind you, and is just vaporized by this bolt of lightning. As the thunderous sound begins to dissipate through your ears, you got that soft little tinnitus, lovely little ringing sound from that particular crack. The area becomes quiet once more. Let's get something pleasant and not so... there we go.
Where the hordes of the undead come out of the tree line.
They were summoned by the metal.
By the metal. I love it.
All right, so there's piles of rubble. There's the remnants of bones laying around. Technically, Raytheon is still hasted. So
For a minute.
Oh yeah, I use my bonus action to shift back to my normal appearance.
Okay. Well, what
In the
would you all
blink of
like
an
to do?
eye, I go over to the big one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go over to the big one and still being hulking, dig for the shiny.
Okay.
Roll for eyeball.
Yep.
Roll for eyeball.
Yeah, looking for shiny.
It's not that terribly difficult to find it between all the earthy grays and greens that are there. Digging through a little bit with the help of the hulked out crow and everyone else that may be coming by to help, it's very easy to find it. It is a beautiful iridescent gem. It's teardropped in shape, and as you pull the stones away, you see where it was resting on the ground, a multitude of vibrantly colored plants have started to grow where it touched the ground. Colors that shouldn't be possible with nature. There's gradients to the leaves that just none of you have ever seen before. Let's get that there in the group chat.
This is beautiful.
Oh wow.
Precious.
Inari.
Hmm?
I need you to make a wisdom saving throw for me, please.
Oh.
I believe in you.
16?
16. There is an urge. You're currently coming down from the battle adrenaline, from the thunderous booms, and you go over to see how things are getting on, and as soon as you see this gem, there is this almost uncontrollable urge to reach for it and take it for yourself. It seems weirdly familiar, but you were just able to resist the temptation. You kind of put one hand over the other and hold it close to your chest. You haven't felt something quite this intense before. This gem seems familiar to you, and you want it, but you're able to resist for now. The rest
Someone
of
should
you-
hide that thing from me.
DM.
Mhm.
I would like to cast Sending,
Okay.
and I will think of the Fae.
Easy enough.
Okay.
Right on the forefront of the mind.
We have
Hell yeah.
acquired your jewel and are heading to the town as requested. You may respond to this message.
You hear a very snarky, "Huh. I am surprised that you did this so quickly. I am here. I will wait. You may find me at the Kateki Inn. Do hurry."
Who wishes to hold this gem?
Shouldn't be me.
I should hold it.
All right.
South it is.
Okay. Is there anything anyone would like to do on the journey back to civilization?
I actually go over to Raytheon. That shield came in very handy. Do you think you could help me out again, just in case?
Of course. Put my hand over it, and I put a shield in there and a shatter spell.
Perfect.
And I was gonna
Thank you,
jog
good
up to
sir.
Raytheon. Can I get uppies again?
Of course.
Shift into Fox.
All right. For the sake of expediency, the return journey is relatively uneventful. It does take you the better part of 3.5 days to travel. You hug the mountainside where the path is relatively clear, but eventually, going off of the map that you were given, you will need to cut through at least a little bit of the forest. Nothing terribly eventful happens. There's some creatures that come by your path and scatter off into the distance. But
Shatter.
Better safe than sorry. But eventually, you do make it to the town that is listed, or that is represented on the map. It's a relatively small little town, and it's a bit different. From a distance, you see a multi-story building in the center, and it seems that the road that you were walking on leads straight into it, and you see another one on the right and on the left come in towards it, and there seem to be buildings around the exterior, or the radius of it, but there's not that many. Even from a distance, you're able to count them relatively easy just by looking. It seems to be just a small crossroads kind of town. And as you get to the small village of Kosatin, asking the locals, you come to find that central building is the Kiteki Inn. And stepping within, there's an odd assortment of people inside. There's definitely people that appear to be locals. They have the similar sort of garb. But then you also see others that are wearing heavier furs that look a bit more wild. They have braided beards, tattooed. There's even one gentleman sitting with those same more barbaric looking people that are in a very nice kind of buttoned up suit with some sort of cloth around his neck tucked into the vest that he's wearing. Seems very, very odd and out of sorts. And you begin to realize that maybe this is just a midway point, a nice little resting stop as people are traveling through the Takatari dynasty. But sure enough, looking around on the interior, you see a familiar, pale-skinned woman wearing the blue kimono robes, sitting in a corner, seems to have a cup of tea in front of her. She lifts a lazy hand and waves at you and beckons you forward towards her table. Well, you all completed this much faster than I anticipated.
We were very motivated.
I'm sure you were. I'm sure you really missed your name.
I did indeed.
So, she holds her hand out expectantly.
So I reach in and kind of pull the gem out, and I just, as quickly, hand it right over.
Rock.
Here is shiny rock.
I like the idea that Cashew literally just goes, rock!
It's like that bird from TikTok. Rock.
Yes, rock.
Bug.
Sorry, say again, Eddie.
I said bug. Like, yeah.
As soon as the spiritual tear is produced, where she's been kind of lazy and kind of snarky, her eyes go wide and it becomes greedy. Inari, I'm assuming you're still fox form on.
Yeah, you just grabby paw.
Just little paw, that, like Raytheon, you see the paw just kind of inch into your vision. You see the little claws kind of like.
Stop. Stop it.
She takes the gem, looks at it, slips it into the sleeve, makes sure that no one in the establishment was looking or seeing. I do believe all debts have been paid. Trick, you, in your mind, you haven't even been able to think of your name, and now it comes flooding back into your mind. You are you again. Any other debts that have been given, all of you feel this weird sense of elation, this freedom that you hadn't realized had been sort of snuffed and muffled for however many years you have owed this fae these favors.
130 years. I have bore this favor.
Well, you may call me Cthulhu. Trick is no more.
Cthulhu. It's
Cthulhu
good
of the
to know you.
Attian people. It was wonderful to have met you all and then traveled this time, and maybe after this we can get to know each other better.
In an effort to be like deep, but not doing it very well, Eddie says, "Our adventure was hard, but then it was easy at the end."
You are correct, Ed.
Thank you.
Well met, Eddie.
Huh?
What?
What?
Huh?
What?
The fae picks up her teacup, both hands, takes a sip, and looks at you all. Well, I have nothing left for you to do. Enjoy your lives.
I have never traveled with others before. Will there be interest in carrying this a little longer?
I'm shedding the past to Trick, and I don't have a direction, so I'd
Inari's
welcome
just
the
getting more and more
companionship.
settled.
Sure.
Sure. I'm down, dog. I'm down.
What's up?
Adventure.
Sounds like fun, bro.
All right. Sounds like the five of you have decided to stay as a party for the time being.
Party!
Party.
So, as you all discuss where your next adventure may lie, whether you stay within the Takatari region, which let me check on something here really quick. No, never mind.
The Raytheon is literally
Takatari.
just going to be trying to go to the West Coast.
What?
If you guys are down,
Bro, that's where I'm from, bro.
then perhaps you can show me the way.
Wait,
I can show you the way.
which continent are we on?
You were on the
Show
continent.
me the way.
You were on the Ayeran continent. If you're looking at the world map, it's the one to the right.
Yes, okay, cool. And are we... Okay, now I see where we are. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yep. That all makes sense. Cool.
All right. So as you all begin to discuss and plan heading to the west, whether it be to the Romanan Empire, be it by ship, airship, or perhaps after showing your prowess, maybe you'd even be brave enough to venture through the Misty Pass, that is where we're going to end tonight's session. So thank you all so much for joining us. I think we all had a blast. That was a lot of fun.
It's a good time.
Thank you for Nick, Gabe, James, Nim, and Issa for joining me tonight on this this one shot. And hopefully, maybe there will be another one in the future, and we can come back and visit these wonderful characters.
Hopefully so. Be super fun.
Hell
There
yeah,
will
bro.
be a
Well
one
done,
shot.
everybody.
Yeah, bro.
Any other closing comments, questions, concerns?
I would like to cast protection from evil and good on the Fae because it protects her from Fae energy, which means that she would technically explode. Yeah.
It's hard to argue with that.
I'm honestly struggling to find fault in that logic.
Oh, man. Ted,
Huh.
you just have to remember to put the keys by this bush later.
Teddy Van Inhalen.
So, thank you all again for joining us on this. I hope you all have a
Thank
lovely
you.
weekend, a lovely week. And I think, yeah, next Friday will be Storm King's Chaos, DM by Zeke. So, catch us back live for that. And if you haven't already, I know that at least Nick streams. Go check him out at Nick Black Music on Twitch. He's kind of awesome. He's the guy that does, or that has done the intro song for our little group, and we're forever appreciative of that. It is honestly one of my favorite things that I have at this point in time. But again,
I want to make
Very
some.
cool.
I want to make some mid-game music and then just put some random funny shit in the middle of it that you're not expecting.
fuck
just-
There you
yes,
go.
For
dude.
the
There you go.
Absolutely. Anything you send to me, I'm loading it into Sirenscape and it will be used. Guaranteed.
Perfect.
Don't tempt me.
Temptation. Temptation. All right. Anyway, we've been going on for 4.5 hours, so thank you. We'll see you the next time we go live. Good night, everybody.
Not everybody.